Hey everyone, I'm Tammy. I'm the Siberian Wind. Glad if you're joining me. We are just doing another live for today. We're just working on getting some stuff done. I am working on quilting a quilt today. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. If you are not a subscriber, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Give YouTube about 5 minutes or so, and then you should be able to comment and chat. So again, I'm Tammy. I'm the Siberian Wind. Welcome to my channel. I am here hoping to inspire you to quilt, to sew, to craft, to anything of the above. So I'm going to grab my different camera real quick. Bear with me just a second. Jean is here. Welcome into the chat, Jean. Thank you. Glad you made it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn my light off. I know that earlier this morning when I was on live, it was kind of really hard to see what I was doing with the light on. So now with the light off, maybe you guys can see what I'm doing, what I'm working on. What are you working on today, Jean? Glenda is also here. Welcome in, Glenda. Glad you made it. Thank you, thank you. I did say this morning that I was going to try to go live a second time today. So I am live a second time today. We are just going to kind of hang out until I'm too tired, I guess. So I don't feel like, I don't want anybody to feel obligated to hang out just to hang out. But if you want to hang out and just sit and chat, just be here to be here, that is absolutely okay with me. Let me take my watch off as well. These gloves kind of get in the way of my watch. And I did take my rings off. If you saw, the cross stitch that's on these quilt blocks is over 40 years old, and I was finding that my rings were kind of catching on the cross stitching. So I did take my rings off so it wouldn't get snagged. Jean says that she's working on a baby quilt. She has the top and bottom borders to do. That's exciting. That's exciting. I will say I did do a little bit of retail therapy earlier. My husband and I went to Hobby Lobby, presumably just to look at the harvest fabric, because I do need to get a harvest quilt up on the thing, up on the wall. Susie says, hello, can we stay a little bit? We are taking a break from remodeling. Oh, no worries, Susie. Glad you are here, sweetheart. Glad you are here. So yeah, we went to Hobby Lobby, presumably, and let me turn this light on here so I have enough light so I can see. So bear with me just a minute. I'm going to rearrange this a little bit so I can see what I'm working on, but that way you guys can also see as well. So I'm hoping that you guys can see what this is. Let me re-angle this camera just a hair. Maybe that will help with you guys being able to see. Chloe is back as well. She says hello again. Hello again, my sweetheart. I'm glad you are here. And yes, I'm calling everybody sweetheart this afternoon. Don't take it personally. If you don't like sweetheart, I'm sorry. It is what it is. I do need to adjust my stitch length. One thing I didn't say anything about earlier is I did increase my stitch length. I originally started quilting with a 3.0 stitch length. So when I swapped to the stitch regulator foot, I do have to manually tell it that I want to stitch with a longer stitch length. Otherwise, it reverts back to the 2.0 for quilting that it is set to normally, and unfortunately that would not look good with the stitching that I'd already done, so I did have to make some adjustments. So we're going to be doing the same routine we were doing earlier. We're going to every time I have to stop because we are done with that motif, I'm just going to pull my threads up and trim them out of the way, and I do need to probably wind a bobbin here in a little bit. But I think we can get through one or two of these leaves before I have to do that. So that's what we're going to try to do, is we're just going to try to get through what we can without having to do a whole lot of extra work. So we went to Hobby Lobby, and apparently Harvest fabric is 40% off. So I went ahead and had my husband pick out different fabrics. We picked out 12 different fabrics in total. So it's not going to be the full normal, like 20 different fabrics that a jelly roll would typically have. But I think it will work out just fine. I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference. So what I'm going to do for the harvest quilt for the wall, the fall and harvest, is we're using fall themed fabrics, harvest themed fabrics. And I'm going to do a jelly roll race. I did show him pictures of a jelly roll race done with the jelly roll strips sewn at an angle to each other. And I showed him a picture of jelly roll strips not sewn at an angle to each other, so sewn square. And he liked the square look more than the angled look. And so that's what I'm going to go with. I'm not going to go with the angled jelly roll strips. And so I'm just going to sew them end to end, and I'm not going to pre-wash. All of these fabrics are going to be, it's basically going to be hung on the wall. I am going to wash it after I quilt it, but I'm not going to pre-wash. I'm not going to panic about it. It's just for our wall, so, you know, if it's not perfect, it's not perfect. It will be all right. So I'm going to do a jelly roll, and I'm going to do it vertically instead of horizontally. So the finished quilt strips are going to be straight up and down instead of the horizontal that you're used to. And I'm also going to border it with two borders. I'm going to do a narrow border, and then I'm going to do a fairly thick border, like a 5-inch border. And then I've also bought enough of the inner border fabric that I'm going to bind it with that. So we've got quite a good selection of harvest themed fabrics, and it's not going to be like anything groundbreaking or anything like that, but I think it will come out looking fantastic either way. And what I may do, just to get a little bit more variety and get a little bit, I mean, because again, we didn't have 20 different fabrics. There were only like 12 that he liked to go together. I may see what I have on my shelves too, and I may cut all my jelly roll strips in half, so they're 18-inch or 22-inch long strips, and I may pepper in some other fabrics just to give it a little bit different look, so it's not super monochromatic, if you will. So we've got a dark green that's going to border everything, or this is going to be the inner border, but the dark green is also going into the middle of the quilt. And then we've got pumpkin fabric, we've got fall leaves fabric, and Hobby Lobby has one that has puppy dogs on it. So you better believe that the puppy dog fabric came home with us, because I couldn't leave it behind. The puppy dog fabric was my choice. He's like, do you think it'll really go with it? I was like, yeah, it'll go with it just fine. I was like, yeah, it will. So it does go well with it. But it has puppy dogs and pumpkins. I've got the fabrics over there, so if we get to a point where I just need to take a break, because we've got this block and 4 more to go. So I'd managed to do 1 after the live earlier. So we are down to the last 5 blocks, you guys. So as far as free motion quilting, this is actually coming together a lot better than I thought it would. So having you guys on and doing the lives really did make a difference. So having something to chat about and not getting distracted by having to look at someone else's YouTube, that helped too. Joyce is here. She says, hello, Tammy and everyone. How is your migraine, sweetie? How is that migraine doing? Please tell me we're looking up, that we're doing better. Because that, I feel for you. I've been bordering on taking something myself today. Because I know that's why you were needing to leave and check out earlier. But yeah, so we went to Hobby Lobby for just a brief trip. And of course, you know, came home with fabrics that I wasn't planning to buy until like Monday, because they were already on sale. Much better. Yes, that's excellent news. Yay, 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 yay. Yeah, I did not turn my phone on silent. So my phone is making noises, you guys. And I'm about to go look and see what it is, and I will put my phone on silent. So bear with me just a minute. Once I get this thread pulled up, I gotta figure out which one I was stitching. When you have all your threads together in one spot, especially when they're all the same colors, it's kind of hard sometimes. You can get lost in the threads. All right, we're going to stitch one more and then I will check it, and we're also going to wind a bobbin, so that way I don't run out during the middle of something. Now I have another spool pin so I can wind a bobbin without having to unthread the machine, but I still, with free motion quilting, I really don't want to try to focus on two things at once. So even though my machine can focus on two things at once, I do not have the brain power to do that. So we're going to make the assumption that today is not the brain power day for it. So these leaves really don't take all that long. I feel like it is a little bit of a waste of thread to do these leaves this way, but there's really nothing to connect them to, so I don't have a good alternative. And I could stitch in one place to bury my threads, but I kind of like being able to come back and bury my threads later, because then I can make sure that it looks the way that I want it to look. So if I don't stitch at the exact right spot, I can still come back and fix it. Alright, this one's going to be a little tough. It doesn't want to come loose. So I'm going to go up underneath my last stitch. Oh, it's stitched in place. That's why. So when your machine stitches in place, when you're doing free motion quilting, it stitches like a couple stitches in that same spot. And that can be kind of hard to pull out. So I'm just trying to get my bobbin thread pulled up. And of course my top thread is tangled up with it because it's stitched in the same spot. And I don't want to rip my top thread because I've done that before. Have I done it on this project? I don't know that I've done it on this project. When you are working with cotton thread, it is sometimes easy to rip your thread because cotton will split a little bit more than polyester threads will. There we go. I think I got it. Well, I thought I did. But yeah, cotton will definitely split. And the outside of a spool, like if this spool has been transported or whatever, and it's not wrapped in plastic or wrapped in some kind of protectant, the spool can get damaged and the outside threads get damaged before you even get it. So just keep that in mind if your thread is splitting. You may have to unwrap enough of the spool to get down below. Alright, let's see what the message is, if it's important. Okay, let's see. Oh, wow, okay. There's a garage sale going on, and apparently it's going on tomorrow. I couldn't find the information earlier about what hours, but one of my locals went to it today, and she said it's all sewing stuff, so maybe not quilting related. She's saying maybe they'll negotiate prices tomorrow. And what it is, I think one lady is cleaning out her mother's hoard of sewing supplies. So that's what I apologize. You guys are just seeing my shoulder and my arm. I need to just like put like a butterfly on my shirt. You know, like, I need to get a butterfly pin or something to put on my shirt so when I do this and I like put my arm in front of you guys have something pretty to look at. Oh, Chloe, she says, I did some sewing with my 8-year-old daughter. We made an X quilt block. That's awesome. Yay. That 8 is a great age for them to be learning. That's about when I learned to sew. I was about 8 when I first started learning to sew. Now, I didn't learn to quilt, but I was learning to sew. And yeah, that is a great age to learn because they have such creative minds at that age. Kids really do have such creativity going on in their heads and their brains. And that is the perfect age to learn. Rob is back. He said he spent the day trying to get his computer and TV to work after taking a hit from lightning. No luck. Had to order both new. Oh no! Well, that's going to cut into your quilting budget. Oh gosh. That's rough, Rob. I'm so sorry. Golly. Well, at least you get to set up new ones when they come in, right? We're going to try to look at the positives. That's what we're going to look for, is we're going to look for the positives and see if we can find some. Oh my goodness. At least you won't have, you know, the new ones won't come with dust already, so you won't have to worry about the dust or dog hair already being on them. So, you know, we can start a cleaning routine. Oh, no, yeah. I'm sorry, Rob, because he said it's going to cut into his quilting budget for a very long time. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I know if I had to do any kind of car repairs right now that I had to pay for, oh my gosh, I would not have, my budget would be gone. Completely gone. So yeah, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Well, at least you have your computer or your phone or something so you can get on here and chat with us, right? That's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at the positives. You're able to get on here with us. So, oh my gosh, I started way down from where I needed to be. All right, let's get started on this. You guys did miss it. So the block that I quilted after I got off the live this morning, I came back in here and started quilting on it, and my thread came out of one of the guides on my machine. And I've had this problem off and on a little bit for the last couple of weeks, and it doesn't happen all the time, but if it comes out of the guide, if it comes out of the tension disc guide, then what happens is there is no tension on the thread, and it skips that whole tension disc, and my machine is just feeding thread straight around to the front of the machine. So like it's coming, instead of coming back here and going behind the machine, it's coming from the spool like straight over, like it's coming straight over, and it tangles up underneath, and yeah, it's a mess. So I did that and ended up bending a needle earlier. Oh, Rob says that he's using a very old system right now. All right, as long as we're not talking like Apple II, like I think that's a little too old. Having an old system handy comes, you know, it's a great backup option. I have, if I had my computer go down, I would have to borrow my husband's laptop. But the only reason that my computer should go down is if I have a power issue. But I have my computer on a battery backup surge protector. So I just had to replace the battery because the battery in the system died. But if it goes out again, like if I have issues and the battery dies again within the next like year or so, then I may have to replace the whole system because I can't risk this computer. It was not a cheap computer. And it's a custom build, so I really would hate to have to call my dad and go, hey, look, Dad, what would you recommend that I replace this with? Because no matter what the options are, it's going to be expensive. I do have protection on it. I do have insurance on it. But that's one of those things you never hope to have to use. So that's what I would hope for, is never having to use it. Never having to use the backup options. I need to just like bury all these threads, you guys. I really do. I've been really bad by not burying them. I was doing so good for like the first 3 or 4 blocks that I buried the threads after I got done with the block. And I haven't been burying my threads. So if I get done with these other 4 blocks, you guys might see me burying threads. Or I may start stitching in the ditch. It just depends on what I feel like I am capable of by that point. We're going to go with capabilities. And every time I am stopping, I'm trying to stop at a point that if it really mattered, like if the machine or if the fabric moved too much or something when I start back up, it won't matter as much because it's a natural point in the design. If you do not have natural points in your quilting design, I recommend that if you need to take breaks, that when you come back, you make sure that there is absolutely no tension pulling your fabric any direction. That way, when you come back to the machine and you go to start moving your fabric, you're not borrowing more problems, if that makes sense. Because if your fabric is pulling in any direction, then when you go to start sewing and that needle comes up out of the fabric, it is just going to jerk everything off the table. Rob says, I'm not looking forward to updating all my software programs on the new system. Oh no, I would not be either. Now I will say, out of all the systems that I've had to update when I moved from my old computer to my current one, EQ was actually one of the easier ones to update. But with that being said, I had to have a good internet connection, and my internet provider at the time didn't want to let me do big downloads. So I actually had to use my cell phone to use the data package on my cell phone to download the electric quilt software because my internet provider was being a pain. So, alright, I'm going to turn this, and I'm turning it so that the least amount of quilt is going to be underneath the machine. Oh. So, if you guys don't know, alright, so my table only goes to here. That and this are both plastic tables that I have set up. This is why I kind of like my quilt room setup, that it is super portable and super movable, because then it gives me the most flexibility. So when I go to do something like this, I'm not necessarily stuck. I just have to figure out what I want to move and where I want to move it to. Like the only things in this room that don't move, that bookshelf is not moving, the one that my computer's on is not moving, my thread rack and my other bookshelf that's over there are not moving. Everything else in this room can move. So that is the only advantage to working in a small space, is if you set it up that way everything is movable and shiftable. That is one of the things that I do like about my studio. Now I will say, hubby and I did look at trees to go in here for Christmas. He can never get me in Hobby Lobby at the same time he's in Hobby Lobby. So he got me in Hobby Lobby today with him. So we actually looked at trees for going in here so I could he could decorate my Christmas tree in here for Christmas. So we are already thinking, gosh, that's like multiple holidays away, because we have Labor Day coming up this upcoming next weekend. Then we have we don't really do anything for Columbus Day, but my birthday in October. Then we have the Halloween Town Assembly Day. And he gets to decorate in here for that, make it a little spooky for me. Then we have Thanksgiving. And we have Veterans Day. Then we have Thanksgiving. And then we have Christmas. So he gets to figure out how he's decorating in here, and he just wants to make sure that whatever he does is going to end up on camera. So I'm not sure what he's going to do. I'm not sure if he's going to try to put something over here in front of the power strip, because that goes all the way to the floor, because there's nothing in front of it. Or if he's going to try to decorate in this corner, which means like when I do this like little window, where is it? This window here, this thing right here, this window. When I do this, you can't see anything below like the shelf line. So I'm not sure exactly how he's going to decorate in here yet, but he is already looking at options, guys. That is what happens when baseball season is over. We go from baseball season to decorate season. And that is how his brain works, apparently. It is either baseball or it is decorate. The two are intertwined sometime as well. Maritza, welcome in. She says hola and it gives us a wave. Hola to you as well. I didn't see you this morning, so I'm glad you made it. This is just going to be a hangout live while we get some quilting stuff done. And if you just want to hang and lurk and listen, you can do that as well. If you want to work on something, you absolutely can. Rob, are you actually working on that stained glass right now? Because I saw where you got the rose assembled. That thing is looking sweet. You guys, I am looking forward to his show and tell, because he's probably going to have that quilt top pieced before the September show and tell. And if you would like for me to do show and tell with it, I would be more than happy to. And that would get you entered in the drawing. Were you here this morning when I was talking about the drawing? I don't remember if you were or not. You get to tell me. You get to tell me what you remember. I know that I was here. Oh. Now, the Halloween Town thing will be well before Halloween, because I need to get it done if I want to display it for Halloween. Oh, guys, I did not pull my thread. I'm sitting here trying to pull my thread up, and I didn't pull my thread over here. So, we get to find out which one it is. Because I completely screwed that up. Okay, that's the one. Alright, come on. Nope. Alright, so I got some loose thread back there behind the quilts at this point. Oh well, we will find it later, because I'm not going to dig for it right now. Alright. There we go. So how many of you have done free motion quilting before? So the Halloween Town, we're going to do that before Halloween. It's not going to be Halloween Day live. I may do something on Halloween Day. But Halloween Town, we're going to try to get it assembled in time so that I can quilt it before Halloween. So that it can go up on the wall for Halloween night. Not that we're going to have trick-or-treaters. We don't get trick-or-treaters in our complex. Rob says that he was hoping to work on it today, but spent the day with the PC and TV issues. No, missed the info you talked about. Okay, so in the Facebook group, when you share a picture, if you want to share it for show and tell, you just put show and tell. You just comment it, or you go in and put it in the description, like the title of your post. So at whatever point you want it to be shared, then that's what I will share. And you can do as many show and tells as you would like. You can do as few as you would like. When you do your first show and tell, what that will do is that will enter you into the drawing. I am doing the drawing after our October show and tell. So the first Tuesday of the month is always our show and tell day. So I compile everything into one presentation so we don't have to go back and forth through multiple screens and scrolling and everything else. And that way everything else in the Facebook group stays private. So whatever you share there, unless you put show and tell on it, I don't have permission to share it with the world. But anything you would like to share with the world that you're okay with sharing publicly, you just put show and tell on it. And on show and tell, I will give a little bit of a spiel about whatever you've posted. And like if you put descriptions about what goes into it, or what the big story is behind it, or whatever you have to say about your project, that's what everybody will get to know. So like, let's say you did a quilt for your granddaughter for her graduation, that's what I would tell everybody. And we have seen some projects go from just quilt tops to quilted and bound and completed and gifted. We've seen a lot of different projects. We've seen just blocks, so just like blocks for charity or something. We've seen crafted beads. We've seen baskets. We've seen bags. We've seen all kinds of stuff. It's awesome. It's always inspiring. And I love seeing all these projects. It is absolutely inspiring to see all these projects and be able to share them and see the comments coming through about, how everybody feels about it. It's really awesome. So at 6 months, 6 months is going to be October. I'm going to do a big giveaway. And October's giveaway is a quilt that I have made, pieced, and had quilted. And I bound. Chloe says decorating. I wish I was inclined. Yeah. There's no way. My entire house would be so boring because I would leave everything put in the totes and never pulled out. Because then I'm like, well, why am I decorating if nobody's ever going to see it? So, like, I would have to invite people over to come see the decorations just because I had decorated. And that's a lot of work for me. I'm not let's invite everybody over kind of person, because then I would have to make food and I would have to clean and dust and all of this other stuff. And it's so much work. So I'm not the decorator. I am not. But thankfully the husband is. But yeah, so October is going to be a giveaway of a quilt. I do already have it ready. So it has been a little pre-loved, as all good quilts should be. But it is a small lap size quilt. And so that is going to be October's giveaway. The next one will be 6 months later, which I believe is in April. So we'll have the October show and tell on our normal first Tuesday, And then the second Tuesday is when we're going to do the giveaway. So we're going to like live drawing it. You don't have to be on the live to be there for the drawing. But at the end of the October Show and Tell live, I will give a tally of how many entries everyone gets. And, you know, that way you know, okay, you know, this is how many entries I got into the Show and Tell. And even if you only enter once, let's say someone else has entered 20 times, then everybody gets 20 entries. So whoever enters the most gives everybody the most number of entries. So everybody is going to get the equal number of chances solely for participating. So I'm probably going to have my my husband come in and draw. That way it's fair. You guys will probably not see his face. I don't know. It may just be his arm. He may just like stick his arm over here and like draw and like drop it and then like leave. I could totally see him doing that. So I don't know exactly how that's going to go yet. Like that has not all been set. But that's kind of what I'm thinking about doing for the drawing, on how I'm going to do the drawing. So everybody will get the same number of entries. But it's more to encourage everyone to enter as many times as you like. So if you've got 30 entries you want to enter, Rob, and like bump everybody up to 30 entries, I'm sure there's quite a few people who would appreciate you for that. Like I don't know where the entries are right now. Like I don't know how many entries everybody has yet. But you can enter as many times as you want, and all it does, entering extra times, is help everyone. So it doesn't just help you, it helps everyone. And that's the kind of community I want here. I want us all to help each other and to be happy about helping each other. And it doesn't hurt anyone. So that's what we're going with. Alright, I got a couple stitches back. There we go. I'm going to end up turning this block before I come up this last side, because I really hate stitching behind this presser foot. Oh, my stitches are so off, you guys. I cannot draw a straight line to save my life, apparently. We are going to keep trying that, right? We're trying for these straight, semi-curved lines. Oh. I wish these dots were either less visible or more visible. I can't decide which. I guess if they were more visible, then it would stand out more if I missed them. But if they were less visible, I might not even be able to see them enough to quilt them. So I don't know which would be better. And for those who do not know yet, what I am doing is I am quilting along the French knot lines. So these are quilt blocks that my sister-in-law cross-stitched over 40 years ago. And so they have been kind of stored and put away and not done anything with. So my task was to come up with a quilt and put them together and get it quilted. And custom quilting on this, if I had paid for it, would probably be close to $200 easily. And I'm not sure that they would be willing to do the dark blue thread that matches the dots on these squares. So these squares, I have washed them since getting them. And I got some stains out and got, the extra oils and things like that off of the blocks. However, they are still, they're still not perfect. Glenda says, I haven't decorated in 4 years. No one ever comes no more, so I don't bother. Used to have a house full of people, but when I got sick and several surgeries, they stopped coming. But more me sewing time. There you go. See, that's kind of what I look at it as. If I decorate, then I have less sewing time. I mean, now granted, you guys, I love a decorated house. I really do. And thankfully I found the right man for that. You know, it's a perfect match because I don't want to decorate and he loves to decorate. So absolutely go at it. Like, I think the only room in my house that would be decorated would be my bedroom. Would be decorated how I would like to see my bedroom decorated. And the studio here. I don't know that I would worry about decorating the living room. When I lived by myself in college, I did not decorate. I think I decorated for Halloween when I was in college, and it was solely because I knew there might be trick-or-treaters. But I don't think I bothered for Christmas or anything else. I think I only decorated for Halloween. And then both of my ex-husbands were both Christmas people. Like, they decorated kind of for Christmas. But again, I'm not a decorator. Like, I can come up with ideas for decorating outside. My gosh, I can come up with those ideas. And I can do the craft projects for doing the decorating. But, you know, don't ask me to do the actual, where does this stuff go once it's made. We have a couple of gnomes that I made, craft project gnomes that I made that are Christmas. And then we did those little topiary trees. I made those with tomato cages and our leftover, well, we weren't using them. They were hose reel buckets. Or, they look like planter pots. But they were supposed to store our garden hoses. And we had 2 of them. Well, we didn't like them. They weren't, like, it wasn't accessible for me to have to stand there and wheel it and roll it around to stuff it back in. And in Alabama, we lived in an area with bugs and other creepy crawlies. And reaching into a barrel or an open urn kind of thing to grab a garden hose seemed like it might not be the greatest idea. So we ended up not using them for that and getting different hose reels. So we just had these sitting around. So we used the tomato cages and the hose reel urns to make Christmas topiaries. But they're very lightweight. They would not handle these winds here. We would have to put concrete blocks in the bottom of the urns, and we would have to zip tie the topiaries to the urns somehow. Like, we'd have to drill holes in the urns, the metal urns, to get them to not go flying away. So we haven't done that one since we moved here, but that was my craft project. Like, I will make the decorative items. Don't ask me where to put them. Like, I make them, but don't ask me where. Like, that's not my department. My involvement stops at making the craft. Like the harvest quilt that I'm going to be making, the harvest jelly roll quilt, he's already decided where it goes. Like, he's already decided where the quilt on the wall goes, and that's fine. He can decide that, and all I have to do is supply the quilts. And he's like, didn't you already make a harvest quilt? I'm like, not yet. He's like, well, it's time for you to make a harvest quilt. I'm like, really? It's like, I've got so much else to do that, do I really have to make it? He's like, well, I can go buy one. I was like, no, you're not buying. He knows that is my weakness. He's like, I will make it before I buy it. Is that awful? Who else is like that? Who else is I will make it instead of buy it? Because I am not a buy it person. Don't ask me if you can go buy something. I will make it before I let you go buy it. I know that's so awful. Like, I don't help the economy enough by doing that. Like, I mean, I feel like what I can make is going to be higher quality than what you can buy. But, oh my goodness. Yeah, don't ask me if you can go buy something that I can make. Because my answer is always going to be no. No, you cannot go buy it. I will make it. Don't buy it. I'm not a consumerist, I guess. I'm not, like, I like to spend money, but I like to spend money on the things I want to spend money on. I don't like to spend money on things I can make. I'm cheap like that. I shouldn't be so cheap, but I'm cheap like that. Can I make a new TV and PC? No. Well, I could make a new computer, but I would have to buy all the parts. And so I couldn't make all the parts, so actually it's cheaper to buy. A computer is definitely a cheaper to buy thing now. It used to not be. But it definitely is. Now, when I was looking at a new computer for my husband, because his laptop that he was using was super slow, I was like, okay, what's my best option? And I finally just called my dad. I was like, look, okay, all right, Mr. Tech Guy. Oh, that would be awesome. Glenda, you're awful. You're such an enabler. She says, Rob, that would be cool on a quilt. Make a TV and a PC on a quilt. Maybe you can sell it as raffle it off as your replenishment fund. Replenish my quilting supplies. Buy my new TV and computer, please. I like that idea. It's a great fundraiser. Just don't tell the state of Florida and we're good, right? We don't want the state to get their hands on anything. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that on YouTube. My bad. They don't know who I'm talking to. Oh. Glenda, you are such an enabler. I am sitting here thinking about quilting ideas for a TV and a computer. My brain never shuts off, so, I shouldn't be surprised. But, oh my goodness. I'm going to be thinking of ideas for the next 3 days. I'm going to have to start on that harvest quilt so I can get stuff out of my head now. Oh. And I will probably bring you guys along on that Jelly Roll Race harvest quilt. I don't know how much of it I will bring you along for. But my plan is I will bring you guys along so you guys can see that. Because it is a super simple, I mean, everybody's seen a Jelly Roll Race at this point, I think. But it's seasonal. We're going to go with the fact that it's seasonal. That's what's going to make it special. Can you tell that I'm grasping at straws for that? But that's okay. You guys are going to let me. It's my channel. I can do what I want. Who was it? Oh, it was Mike earlier. Mike and... Oh, was it you, Glenda? Gosh. Y'all caught me earlier. I said the thing I didn't mean to say. Design a quilt with a TV and the old-fashioned rabbit ear antenna. Oh, yeah. Now, that's actually out there. I've seen that before. Okay. So, my husband was born in the early 60s. We're almost 20 years apart. He's 19 years older than me. And I shouldn't have told you that either. Darn it. But, so he is that much older than me. So if I design an old TV with the old-fashioned rabbit ear antennas, do you know how detailed I'm going to have to be to please him? Because he's going to be like, that doesn't match. That's not right. I ought to just turn him loose in here and just go, okay, pick the fabrics that match, the old TV that you used to have with the 70s shag carpet, with the green carpet. go pick out the TV. And he'll probably pick everything out for me. I'll just be like, go pull this from your memory. What does this look like to you? Oh, that is so cheating. But that would work so well. I could get my husband involved in quilting. Oh. He tells me about that, and the car had an 8-track tape player. I'm not old enough to have ever seen or used an 8-track. I was cassettes. My generation, we started out with cassette tapes. We did move to CDs, and I was so disappointed when we moved to CDs because when you started having CDs, you couldn't, like even my boombox that was a play record, you could record the radio, and you could record a cassette tape, but you could not record a CD. And the lava lamp and the Velvet Elvis. Okay, Velvet Elvis I don't know, but I did have a lava lamp. So I do know what a lava... Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. I'm just picturing it now. And I know where I could find a TV to take a picture of to use as my example TV. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Oh, put the lava lamp on top of the TV. Put an old Monopoly board game. Glenda says age difference doesn't matter as long as you're happy. Yeah, I know. I will say this though. Age difference does matter when it comes to choosing music on a road trip. There are a lot of stations that I would like to listen to that my husband just says that it's noise. And with all due respect to anyone that was born in the early 60s like him, he plays this one station that is best of the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. And I feel like I'm sitting in an Olive Garden listening to the music in Olive Garden. Glenda says I've got 2 lava lamps and love them. Yeah, I loved my lava lamp. I didn't have it for very long. I don't remember what happened to it. But I did have one. Maybe mine was newer generation, but I wanted one because they were at Spencer's. And my generation, the, 90s teenagers, my generation, lava lamp or anything at Spencer's was like off limits to the religious kids. So we weren't allowed to buy anything. Oh, I am being nice, Rob. Yeah, he says, I was born in 1960. Be nice. Yeah, no, I'm being nice. I'm not, I feel like I'm back in, sitting in an Olive Garden. I don't know what it is with this particular radio station, but they don't tend to play the kind of music that I think of when I think of 50s, 60s, and 70s. When I was growing up, my mom listened to the oldies station. And I thought, oh my gosh, she's listening to the old music. And golly, the songs that I heard growing up, I remember Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog, It's My Party and I'll Cry If I Want to, Sitting on the Dock of the Bay. So I know music. I know some music, okay? I'm not docking the age and the generation. But I listened to the Elvis level music. I listened to the rock, the golden or the oldies rock when I was growing up. And so I'm okay with that music. It's not, it's not what I choose to listen to. I'll put it that way. It's not my choice. But I can handle that. But whatever the station is that he has gotten into, that he listens to, is more along the lines of Frank Sinatra kind of serenade music. And some of it is definitely international music because it is not in English. There's no way it could be in English. And I just don't know how to feel. Like it is that serenade ballad music. And I don't feel like that was all of the like 60s. Like I think that was kind of like maybe his family's taste in music or something when he was little. But that is definitely not what I think of when I think of that time frame. Alright, something did not do quite the normal here. So I'm going to have to look at the back, I think, and see if we're still okay. Because that just did not feel right. No, that does not look right either. Okay. So this one will get something marking it, and I will come and rip this one out. That just does not even look close to right. Like, I don't even know what the heck went on. But that probably means that something is wrong in the machine. And do I see the problem? No, I do not see the problem. Let's see. Okay, tension is fine there. Tension seems to be fine there. So we're going to see. We are going to see. Do I want to rip it now? You know what? I don't want to forget that I have to do that. So I think I will. Just because I don't want to deal with this later. Let's see. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. This light may be making it hard to see. I don't know if you guys can tell. There is a whole bunch of thread nesting on the back, which is very odd. I haven't had that happen except when my tension discs messed up. So we are going to make an adjustment and go ahead and rip these out. Yeah, that definitely wasn't right there. But I have two thread nests, which is really odd. So I don't know how that happened, because one I got, like one I felt, but the other one I didn't. So maybe there was like loose thread on the back or something. I'm not quite sure. And I'm about to have to adjust this fan over here too, so that way I am staying cool and comfortable, because the temperature with this light, it's going up. So we're about to make some adjustments. Let's see. Rob says, I'm sitting here pressing fabric with a palm iron and grabbed my mouse and tried pressing it out. At least you didn't try moving the computer with your iron. That would not have worked out as well. I don't think your mouse pad would appreciate it. Okay, I have an idea for you, Rob. I think you need to... Oh, all my stitching is out. That was easy. I think what you need to do is you need to dedicate an ironing pad to being a mouse pad, just in case that happens in the future. Glenda says, laughing my off. Rob, we all do crazy things sometimes. Yes, we do. Like me saying what I said earlier that I didn't mean to say out loud. Oh, all right. We can turn the bedroom fan off from here, so I don't need it going. I just definitely need this one going. And we're going to turn it to turn. There we go. That's enough of a turn, I think. All right. I love to have my devices app controlled. It works great until the Wi-Fi goes out. Ask me how I know. So my lights in here, my overhead lights are app controlled. So I can have my Amazon device control it. I'm not going to say her name because in case you guys have one at home, I have been known to accidentally trigger other people's devices. I apparently speak clearly enough and carry a big enough stick that she listens. Alright, we are going to do the stupid thing knot. We are going to do the rethread the machine just in case. Because for me to have that kind of thread issue is kind of odd. And it's not like the other issues I've had with Beauty before. So we're going to make an assumption that she just needs a little bit of TLC. and we're going to go ahead and give her that TLC. Alright, so that part is rethreaded. Let me take my gloves back off. I'm sitting here putting them on, taking them off, put them on, take them off. Alright. And so this I can do in my sleep. Completely empty that out. Alright, there's not that much on there, so, but I should have plenty to get through what we're going to try to get through on this block, or at least part of this block. I should be able to get through the leaves on this block, and then I'll probably be done with that bobbin. But that's kind of what I expected it to be. So we're going to pull the thread up and get my threads pulled underneath the presser foot, underneath the BSR foot, and my loose threads. There we go. We just got some extras. I did put a new sticker on Beauty before I set her back up, but you guys can't see. Well, you can't see one of them. So this one right here, down below where you can't see it, it says Wyoming Fast Food. So there's 3 trees, a sun, and a man outrunning a bear. So it's called Wyoming Fast Food. The other one is over here on this side of the machine, and it is a camera that says Start Your Journey. So she has gotten a few new tattoos since you guys last saw her, or since I took her down for a while. So yep, she's back and more beautiful than ever. I did not tattoo my machine for a really long time. I thought it was like, I don't know, I guess I thought it was like sacrosanct that you didn't like tattoo your machine. But then I saw all these cool stickers. I'm like, you know what? It is time for me to tattoo my machine. So she got some of these earlier this year, and then she just got the Wyoming Fast Food and Start Your Journey. Those are the 2 newest ones. Alright, got some loose threads up here that I'm going to get rid of. So, how many of you guys put stickers on your machines? How many of you guys give your machines tattoos? Give it a facelift. Am I the only... I know I'm not the only one. I know that. I just don't know how many are in my chat that tattoo their machines. Oh. Let's see. Alright. And there we go. Got my thread started. And we are going to restitch that one section that messed up on me a minute ago. So that is where we are starting. Now that we are rethreaded and supposedly back better than ever, and she is working beautifully. She sounds right, she feels right. So apparently Beauty just needed a little bit of TLC, and she needed to be talked about a little bit. That's what we're going to go with. Do you ever feel like your machines don't like you if you don't talk about them? I know that I had to name our Ford vehicle. She is called the Gray Goddess because as long as we treat her like a goddess, she takes care of us, and she doesn't break down. She doesn't do like all the funky stuff as long as we take care of her. So if we treat her like a goddess, she's a goddess. Rob says that his machine and extension table is inked. Ooh, I didn't know your extension table was inked. We might have to do a challenge. Show your machine's ink. I might get that one started. That'll be something I start for Labor Day weekend. I think that's what I'm going to do, Rob. So expect it for Labor Day weekend. You are going to be one of my tags. Show your machine's ink. And if your machines have no ink, that is fine. They are not required to have ink. But if you have a machine that has ink, show it. I think that would be so much fun to see what everybody has got on their machines. I know Tiffany from Tiffany's Quilting Life has some stickers on hers. Who else do I know? Does Becca have any on hers? I don't know. I can't remember. She had her Singer 301 in the table Friday night. So I don't remember if her main machine has ink, if her Juki has ink. Gosh. Who else can we tag? Who can we think of that might have ink? Donnell might have ink on hers. I'm not sure if she does or not, but I think she might. Debate. Okay. If you can think of somebody that has ink on their machine, let me know. And they're who I'm going to tag. Because I don't think Sean has any ink on his, does he? Oh yeah, he does. He's got his one sticker on the back for the guy who sews. He's got his advertisement ink on there. Who else? I'm gonna be racking my brain all day. I'm gonna have to go start seeking out and finding who all has inked their machines. Oh. I honestly, I did not ink Beauty until this year. Now, Ricky doesn't have any ink, and the Beast doesn't have any ink. I haven't inked either one of them yet. But Ricky has its own ink. Ricky came with ink. With the beautiful faceplate. So Ricky didn't need any extra ink, but Beauty was kind of plain. She needed some makeup. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it makeup. I didn't get a special 770. I just got the original. I don't think there was a special 770 out when I came out. Teresa Louise, she has ink on hers. Yes, I will definitely tag her. I haven't seen her in a while. When is she? I'm gonna check her. I'm gonna have to check out her channel because I haven't seen her in a while, and I don't know why I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know if it's because I just haven't been paying attention, or if YouTube has turned my notifications for her channel off. I know for a little bit she went MIA, and then I knew she came back. But I hadn't thought about her. I'm glad you brought her up, Glenda. Thank you. God, I miss Teresa. I haven't seen her. I really have not seen her in a while, you guys. That is how much I do actually care. I mean, I may not realize that I haven't seen somebody, but I really do miss the people that I realize when I haven't seen somebody, and I really do miss them. I mean, I'm scatterbrained, and I don't have a list of everybody to go check out. But she's definitely one. Probably Amy DeMint probably has ink, and Fallon probably has ink as well. Haven't seen her in 2 or 3 weeks. Okay, so I was not shocked. Sewing with Lane, I don't know. Does his machine have ink? I did catch his video yesterday, I believe, where he explained why he's been gone for a little bit. Have you already caught his video, Rob? Because he explained why he's been gone for a little bit. And I completely understand his reasons. Chloe's laughing at you, Rob, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the Sewing with Lane, or if it's because the machine and the extension table being inked. You might have to explain, Chloe. I may be a few steps behind, so if I'm missing something, don't hate on me for it. I'm definitely trying. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay, there was another dot. Good. I'm sewing backwards. Rob says yes. All right. Where is... Okay. Something was pulling. I don't know if it's my bobbin. It may be my bobbin. I may just go ahead and change it out because for a little bit I won't have anything that is small for it to stitch. So I can put it back in for the small stuff and we will use the rest of it that way. But I don't want to run out in the middle of the big stitching. So I've got all 4 leaves of this done. Oh, that was probably it. That was probably the bobbin right there. Is it? Nope. Oh, that's not the bobbin. Okay, that's the bobbin. Watched Lil Wayne yesterday. Yes. Oh, the mouse instead of fabric. Okay, gotcha. Instead of the iron. Oh, Chloe's just catching up. Now, I've got a question for you guys. I do not get commercials because I have YouTube Premium or whatever it is. So I don't see commercials. There's not that much on this. There may not be enough to do another leaf. I'm going to set it aside for the moment, and we will come back to it. I'll try to remember to put it back in. Glenda watched Lil Wayne yesterday. Yeah, I think that's when he posted it up, was yesterday. He did disable comments. So, oh, y'all had dinner. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he disabled comments, so I couldn't comment to him. And I want to get back over there and send him a private message. I just haven't done that yet, but I do plan to. Because he's always welcome to come confide in me if he would like. So I can help, keep things straight, or, let everybody know he's okay. I know other people may be closer to him, but I definitely understand. Definitely understand. All right. Let's see. Okay, we are up here at the top. We are starting at the top again. And so I have 3 more blocks after this, you guys. How awesome is that? And it is only 6 o'clock. That is amazing. That is amazing. So maybe between now and 10, we will have all of this done. So I got 4 hours to do all of these and have them done. And then tomorrow will be spent stitching in the ditch if I don't get to it today. I don't know that I'll get to it today because each of these kind of takes a little while. But, we're going to try, right? All we can do is try. Alright, so, and that is stitching backwards a little bit, so let me put my needle down, and we're going to turn the fabric. So, you see where my mouse is, Rob, right? You see where it is? Oh. Alright. It is not on the ironing board. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, what I was going to ask, if you guys see commercials on your YouTube, are you seeing commercials on my channel? Is YouTube already giving you guys commercials on my channel, or has YouTube always given you commercials? Let me know if you guys are seeing commercials on my channel. Obviously there's nothing I can do about it. At least not yet anyway. But if YouTube is giving commercials, I just kind of want to know that YouTube is already doing that. So you guys can let me know, if you will. No commercials. Okay. So I'm probably gonna guess that when I hit that 500 and I can be monetized, YouTube is automatically going to swap me to giving commercials. So I haven't decided how I'm going to handle that yet, but that has been on my mind. Because I don't want you guys to lose out any more than you absolutely have to. And I'm not sure how to set YouTube so that we can take a commercial break. You press with the mouse again. Oh my gosh, Rob. You're going to keep us laughing tonight. That is fantastic. You're so good at it. No commercials here either, says Glenda. Awesome. Okay, so when I hit 500, so we're 100 subscribers away. When I hit 500 subscribers, we will have the watch hours by then. There's just no other way that it's going to happen. I don't think YouTube's going to... I think my watch hours are going to be there long before the subscribers are. So when we hit 500 subscribers and you guys start seeing commercials, will someone please let me know that you are seeing commercials? Or the moment that you start seeing commercials on my channel, please let me know. Because I want to be able to do something about it so that you guys know when the commercials are going to hit. Possibly, if YouTube will let me. Or I want to try to do like scheduled commercial breaks or something like that to accommodate. That way nobody is missing content. Because that is one of the things that I disliked the most, or disliked the most, about watching some of the channel content creators that I watched. And that's why I spent the money on YouTube Premium. Is because I just got so tired of all the stinking commercials. I thought it was 1,000 subs. It might be. So at 500 watch out, or 5,000 watch hours and 500 subscribers, there's one that's one earning level. So I think commercials start at 500, but I'm not sure yet because again I don't get commercials because I paid for it. But if it is 1,000, then that's fine. We got some time then. We'll see. We'll see what YouTube does. Glenda says I didn't laugh so much, my cheeks hurt. You got me laughing, girl. Goodness. That's funny. Oh. I mean, and to be honest, if I was using my ironing pad, or if I was using my ironing board and had my mouse here too, I could totally see myself doing that. But it's so funny that Rob's doing it for us. Thank you, Rob. We appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I heard somebody the other night, she'd had to get a new mouse, and she'd gone, I guess, to Walmart and was getting a new mouse, and she couldn't decide whether it was computer mice or computer mouses. My palm iron is looking for cheese. Oh, see, mine is missing its tail. Like, mine has no tail. I guess I cut it off or something. Oh. I'm not putting googly eyes on my mouse before anybody asks. It is not happening. And if you guys end up seeing googly eyes on my mouse, you guys know my husband did it. I did not do it. Thankfully, he doesn't have any googly eyes that I am aware of, and we are not telling him that googly eyes are not a cool idea for me. I think I would have I don't know if I would have a problem with googly eyes on my mouse like I do with eyes in pictures or something. But, oh my gosh, if I did, oh, I can't imagine what I would do. That's a freaky thought. Very freaky thought. So I have I have prosopagnosia, which is face blindness. So I don't recognize faces. And I've probably talked about it a few times, at least in the past. I don't know if you guys have caught it or not, but that's okay. Brad Pitt also suffers from the same condition, is what I am told. And prosopagnosia means my iron needs googly eyes, said Rob. So prosopagnosia means I don't recognize faces. You could take a picture of my mom and my dad. You could take a picture of my husband, who I see every day. You could take pictures of them, remove the facial hair, and make them motionless. and I can't tell you who is who. I could not tell you who is my dad, who is my mom, and who is my husband. I couldn't tell you who my son is. Like, there's no way. I would have no way to tell you. Because I don't recognize them. And so, like, in order to recognize someone, I use other techniques. So I recognize people by the way that they walk, the way that they talk, the way that they wear their hair, all that kind of thing. But another side effect of prosopagnosia, and I don't know if everybody with this condition has the same issue or not, so I can't answer for anyone but myself. I have a really big problem with pictures that have eyes in them. So, like, you know those, like, creepy pictures or whatever that have the eyes that move? So you're trying to say I'm a man without a face? Everyone's a person without a face. It is rough. It is so rough. I mean, you have a face. You definitely have a face. But I could not describe it to anyone. Like, I could be sitting here looking at you, and I cannot describe to a sketch artist sitting right here with me how to draw a picture of you. And it's not just because, like, they don't know how to draw, because they know how to draw. But, like, eyes set too close together, you know, anything like that. No, I have no way to tell anybody. Like, it doesn't make sense in my mind. So, like, when I dream, if a dream that I have involves a person in it, I never see their face in my dream. And I thought it was just everybody was like this originally, so I never knew that there was something different. But I never see anybody's face, and I recognize them in my dreams based off of something that they've done, said, or, you know, a mannerism or something. Like, I recognize them based off of something other. So, like, I could see, like, my husband in my dream, but he will only be in places that I would want him to be, or that he has previously been. It would never be in a new situation that I didn't want him to be in. So, like, if I was, like, as a kid or something, I could not picture my husband as a kid. There's just no way. I could not picture him, because he's never been a child in my life, and he's never been in a lot of those places that I was in as a child. And he's been in some of those places, but I cannot take a picture of him from the time frame of, you know, when I was a child. I cannot take those and imagine anything. Like, I can't imagine it. It's just not a possibility. But so, one of the things, those pictures that you see, like the creepy pictures that are specifically for Halloween, where they have the eyes that move and follow you places, guys, those, like, terrify me. And I don't tell him that, so, you know, don't ever tell the husband that. But those absolutely scare the daylights out of me. And it's not that they're, like, they startle me or anything. It's not like that. It's not that kind of scare. It's more I can't get the image of their eyes following me out of my head. So, like, a regular picture of someone on the wall, I'm going to transpose those creepy movie eye things, the moving eye things. I'm going to transpose those onto faces of people that are in pictures on the wall. So, like, I could take a picture that's on my phone and know that it's on my phone and that it's safe and that people aren't watching me from it, but I can't do that with a static picture. So a static picture on the wall, I cannot do that. So, like, pictures of me and my husband from years ago that, you know, we had with our kids in the picture and all of that, I can think about those and picture when I was there, but like the pictures of my son and my stepdaughter and my husband, they still creep me out. My own picture creeps me out. It really does. It's so weird. So very weird. My thread is doing something funky, so I'm going to cut this off. Let's see, first time ever hearing that and very intrigued, but must be very annoying sometimes. Yes. So, I have a special skill. So let me tell you how I recognize people. That's going to help explain the next part of it. So I recognize people based off of things that they do, things that they say, things like that. So like, let's say my husband and I are going to Walmart together, and he decides he's going to go off and look at something else. Guys, I cannot tell you how many times I could walk right past him and not see him because I did not think to look and see what he was wearing before he walked away. Now you got my mind running away on high speed. All right? I think that's why my mind never shuts off, maybe. We're going to go with that. But so, like, before he leaves my side, I make a mental note of what he's wearing. Because he wears, like, the same kinds of things regularly. I'm used to what he's wearing. And there's, like, things that, like, if he were, like, if I'm walking down the aisles or trying to find him or whatever, and I see somebody in cowboy boots, I know that's not him. Like, he's got one pair of cowboy boots, and he'd be super dressed up. So if they're wearing cowboy boots and a cowboy hat and they're dirty, I know that's not him. Like, so, like, I can do that, like, those kinds of tells. But, like, he's got this one, like, yellow shirt and green shorts that he was wearing for the longest time. And it was just kind of like his lounge around the house wear. And, of course, going to Walmart was okay with that. But, like, the other day, he was wearing a red shirt and blue shorts. And if I did not make a mental note that he's wearing a red shirt and blue shorts, I can guarantee you, until he called my name and I could hear the voice, I couldn't have told you where the heck he was because I couldn't see him. Like, it didn't make any sense to me. Which one was him? I mean, you could stand 4 other people, similar body styles to my husband, right next to each other and put them all in masks. I might not be able to tell who's who. I mean, the only reason I could tell who is who without the masks is because he has some identifying facial features for me that I can tell that is him. If you gave everybody a similar mask, facial feature wise, like, so like you copied him 100%, no, until he spoke or said something and I watched his mannerisms and they had to be different from somebody else's, I wouldn't know. I would not know. But so that's how let's see, trying to sew 1-inch wide strips together to make long sashing. Okay, so Rob, I got you beat. The sashing on this quilt is 3/4 of an inch wide. It is not even 1 inch wide sashing. It is 3/4 of an inch wide. So these big stinking blocks are joined by 3/4 inch wide sashing. So I know. Believe me, I know. But you're doing the 1 inch, the 1 inch black. So it's going to show up more. I used to do a whole, Rob, if you haven't lowered your stitch length, lower your stitch length. That's your PSA to remind you to lower your stitch length. When you are working with 1 inch squares or 1 inch strips, lower your stitch length. Chloe says, Glenda says, Rob your trip. Yeah, right. Isn't he? He so is. Trip all the way to Florida. Okay, so back to the thing. So, like, if my mom is in Walmart, she could be in Walmart, like, walking around. Like, she could be, if I was doing, like, a presentation or something, she could be in the crowd and I would have no idea. Like, I would have no idea. Like, no idea whatsoever. Done. Good job. Yeah, lowering that stitch length makes a huge difference when you are doing things that small. I have firsthand experience. It's the game changer. But yeah, so my mom or my dad could be in the audience, and like I could shake everybody's hand. And if my mom or dad didn't say anything defining that is unique to them, I would have no idea. But on the flip side of that, twins don't confuse me. So, I was in junior high and high school with a pair of twins. Sweetheart girls, absolutely sweethearts. But one would be in the room and talking to people, and I would walk in and I would go, hi, and call one of the twins' names. And I was always 100% right. I always got the correct twin. And frequently I ended up accidentally disclosing to whoever they were talking to that they weren't talking to the right twin. But it didn't bother me. Like, I could tell them apart like nobody's business because I didn't use their faces to tell who they were. So, like, their faces never had any kind of impact on my decision making regarding the two of them. Like, it never bothered me one bit. I would be the perfect mom of twins or triplets because I can guarantee you I would never be fooled by whichever twin I was dealing with. Because I don't see faces. It's my superpower. I have a superpower. Now, I mean, I've got to get to know them before I can do that. But I can tell the difference between twins without, fighting to tell. It is super easy for me. Some has to fill blanks. Jeez, when he's not around. Yes, they do. Thank you for doing it, Rob. I appreciate it. You are a rock star, taking one for the team. Oh, you guys are so funny. You guys are so funny. This thread is getting to be a mess, you guys. It's a mess. I'd rather have too much. At what age did I learn I couldn't see faces? I was an adult. I actually didn't realize people couldn't see faces until, gosh, I was bringing it up to a neighbor like 5 years ago, maybe. I think maybe 5 years ago or so. Like, it never occurred to me that people couldn't see faces, or that people could see faces in their dreams. Like, I've asked my husband, so if you are dreaming, and this is how I could tell, this is like kind of the determining factor. If you are dreaming and you are seeing someone in your dream, how do you know it's that person? Like, how can you tell it's that person? Most of the people in the world will answer because I see their face. But I never see faces. So, like, I didn't realize until I started thinking about it that I've never seen people's faces in my dreams. Like, never seen them. And I've never thought that there was anything different because it was never a topic that came up with anybody. And maybe it was after my husband's brother passed away. There was a conversation about my husband's brother had thought he'd seen their mom in some of his dreams. And like, I mean, I've seen pictures of the woman. I've never met her in person, but I've seen pictures of her, but I don't recognize her. Like, there would be no way. I mean, she's since passed. I mean, she's long since passed. I never got the chance to meet her. But, like, it never occurred to me, probably until after he passed, and there was a conversation about dreams at some point, and that was brought up. So yeah, I was an adult, and I started researching it after the person that I told. She's a social worker, and she told me, she's like, oh, well, there's a name for that. I was like, oh, really? Like, there's a diagnosed condition of people that can't see faces, and she told me, and I've since looked it up, and it is so incredibly weird, you guys. So there is testing for prosopagnosia, and it usually involves putting pictures of the people that this person knows all in a lineup with people that they don't know, and seeing whether or not they can differentiate the difference between them. And it's astounding. Like, they will remove eyebrows from the pictures. You remove hair from the picture. You remove, so like if they have facial hair or whatever, everybody has the same facial hair. Like, you don't want there to be anything determining to give anybody a clue. But most people, if you took these same pictures, they would be able to tell you who these people are. I mean, and these could be famous people, like Abraham Lincoln, George Washington. You know, it could be famous people, or it could just be, you know, the people that this person knows. And somebody without the condition most likely can tell who these people are. But somebody with this condition absolutely cannot. Chloe says, so interesting. Yeah, right? I mean, like, I never knew. I never knew I was so special. I just knew I had a superpower when it came to twins. But that's, like, all I knew. And I didn't learn that until junior high when I met the twins. Like, I'd never been exposed to twins growing up. So it was never like, you know, when we were 4 or 5 or whatever that I could do it. Because I didn't have any twins to be exposed to. So junior high is kind of when I learned that I had a superpower, but we just didn't know why. So one of the twins had and I will tell you, one of the twins, I'm sorry I'm adjusting so much, you guys, just trying to stay comfortable. One of the twins had a higher pitched voice than the other, and she also tended to be a little bit more feminine than her sister. It's not that they weren't feminine, very feminine to begin with. They're both very feminine. But one of them was more feminine than the other, like Barbie feminine compared to just regular feminine, if that makes sense. If that makes a distinction for you. And then, so one of them was a little bit more athletic, so her body posture was always more ready for the next sporting thing, whereas the other one was more of a bookworm. And so their posture, in addition to their pitch of their voice and some of the words that they said, was how I determined who was who. So that's how I could tell the twins apart, is the little bitty distinctions. So with prosopagnosia, the less distinguishing factors a face has, the harder it gets. For me, I don't know if this is every prosopagnosia owner, condition sufferer, however you want to qualify it. I don't know if this is everybody with prosopagnosia, But someone with a darker complexion is so much harder for me to distinguish. Especially based off of facial features. So I used to work with a lot of African American people, and I loved them to death. Absolutely loved them. But I told them apart based off of the sound of their voice. African American women tend to wear their hair in one style or another for a length of time. Like they do one style, or they'll do braids, they'll do a weave, they'll do any number of different styles, natural, whatever. And they'll wear their hair for that way for like weeks, which is fantastic for me. It makes my life so easy, because then I can tell who is who. But oh my gosh, you guys, my boss, she went and changed her hairstyle. And I walked in one day, and I was having to ask my coworkers where the boss was, because I honestly could not tell who she was, because I did not hear her voice. Like, I was having to ask coworkers and go, where is so-and-so? And they're like, she's in her office. I'm like, oh, okay. And they were just kind of looking at me funny. And they're like, did you not see her? I was like, no, and I didn't see anybody in her office, so I didn't think to look in there. I would have thought to look in her office if I'd seen that there was somebody there. But even though she was in her office, until I heard her voice, she was turned away from me and she had changed her hair. I had no idea it was her. No idea. And her body language was very similar to someone else's. And so it was really, really incredibly hard for me. And so, like, it's definitely the darker skin tones. I've had problems differentiating people that, the lighter your skin tone is, the more likely you are to have some kind of distinguishing factor. Whether it's between your hair condition, like whether it's curly or frizzy or straight, or all of these other things, or you're more likely to show scars or moles or something like that I can use as a distinguishing factor. The darker your skin tone is, the harder those are for me to see. I would be a horrible nurse. Because my patients could literally swap with someone similar to them, and I would have no idea. I could not go into the medical field. That would have been a catastrophe waiting to happen. The escape artists, I totally I would have been the problem child. Oh, pregnancy, gosh, or bald. Yeah, now, I will say this. Just because you're bald does not mean you do not have distinguishing features. Being bald does not mean you're not distinguishing. So, there's, like, one place where I was at regularly for a while. There were 3 different bald guys there. 3 different bald guys. And do you know that every bald person has a distinctively shaped head? There's your random trivia for the day. Every bald person has some kind of distinguishing shape to their head. And part of it's also the way you hold your head. So if you tend to hold your head, if you tend to have, better posture and like your shoulders back or whatever, your head, the way you hold your head is different. And if you have wrinkles on the back of your head, that distinguishes you from someone else who doesn't. Like there's so many things that I could do. Bald is an actual hairstyle. Bald is definitely an actual hairstyle. And it is distinguishing enough, believe it or not. It really is. It's amazing how it is, but it is. All right, 3 to go, you guys. So we're on 1, 2. I got 2 more after this one. Then we're just starting. Can you imagine that we're already this far? I'm going to change the bobbins. Chloe says that she can see that the balding people are different. Yes. Yeah, they really are. It's amazing. You know, and they don't think that they are, but they really are. Now my husband is not bald. He does a high and tight. Welcome to former Marine. You know, can't get away from the former Marine part. But he does a high and tight, and it is just enough hair that it is confusing. It's not enough hair to... Chloe says, congrats, you're doing great. With this I am. Telling people apart, I'm not. Oh, we're going to pull my thread up, get my bobbin thread pulled up, and we are going to stitch this circle and see how many leaves we can get out of this bobbin. So now that we are to a smaller section, that's what we're going to do. And we are going to see if we can run this bobbin out, and I can reload it later if I need to reload it, which I probably will. I did most of one with that other bobbin, and I think I've been averaging, maybe I've been averaging 4 per bobbin. I don't know if I've been averaging 3 or 4. And I'm not putting a lot of thread into the fabric, but I'm definitely putting a lot of thread out of the fabric when I pull up and such. Linda says, I'll probably have dreams about it now, right? Rob says, I'm not completely bald. I have that one hair I wrap around like a turban. See, I would know that. Now, I don't know it because you are on camera. And that's another thing. Okay, here's a good one for you guys. All these people who go and they're at like Hard Rock Cafe, or they're at this like MGM Studios, like cafeteria, and they're seeing all of these movie stars, or, you know, golly, if you were out in public and you saw Taylor Swift, you might recognize her, right? Or, you know, some other famous, you know, singer. You might recognize them. I have no hopes of that. No hopes whatsoever. You would have to literally, like, let's say it was Brad Pitt, for example. We're just going to use him because I've already said his name more than once today. But, I mean, I used to love watching Meet Joe Black, so that was my movie as a preteen, or as a teenager, or I don't remember when I first saw that movie, but that was, like, my movie. But, you guys, if you were to walk up with Brad Pitt and go, do you know who this is? It doesn't matter how many of his movies I've seen, I would have no clue. Unless he does something that is inherent in one of his characters, in one of his movies, I have no chance. I would probably, out of everybody that I might recognize, I might recognize Russell Crowe. Or a slimmer chance, I might recognize Reese Witherspoon. Because there's some things that she does in every single one of her movies that she's in. And I've seen a lot of her movies. Not all of them, but I've seen a lot of them. Like, it would have to be someone that there is no way that they are acting differently than they act on set. Now, if you were to take me to the set of, like, SVU or something, and you were telling me that that's where I am, I would start recognizing characters because they are in the process of acting. But forget it for recognizing them off set or whatever. Oh, I might have to buzz for refills, you guys. I'm out. But yeah, I would have no, I mean, you have to introduce me and go, this is Brad Pitt. I'd have to go, oh, okay. Well, nice to meet you. Like, I mean, I would literally be, I would be so stunned to meet someone. But at the same time, like, it still won't register to me. Because I have no, like, facial recognition at all. So now, here comes the good thing. Here comes the other odd thing. So Ricky, my machine Ricky, is signed by Ricky Temps. If it wasn't at Paducah, where I met him, and he wasn't in a booth that, said it was Ricky Timms, and I had a picture with him the previous year, I would not know it was Ricky Timms. Liana is here. Welcome in, Liana. She's here at Pasty Queen's Farm Adventures. Welcome. Long time no see. Glad you made it over here. We are hanging out while I am quilting. I have been working on this for the last 3 days, and I've made more progress today than I have in the last 3 days. So we are just continuing the progress and seeing if we can get this thing done and quilted. So I've got this block and 2 more to go, and I am up till 10 o'clock tonight either way. We are in the car driving back to our campground. I saw you were on and want to say hello and give you a thumbs up. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. How long are you camping for? I have not gone camping since I was a teenager. So I live vicariously on the camping forefront through everyone else that gets to go. I've kind of wanted to go on like a quilting camping, like glamping kind of setup, but I'm not quite sure if I can handle it or not. Chloe is saying, enjoy your camping trip, Liana. And Liana has said, hope everyone is having a great day. Yes, we are. Oh, the hammock pick. Okay, I will have to go find the hammock pick. And Chloe says that the hammock pick was cute. I will have to go find it. Alright. Let's see. I'm pulling up my bobbin thread, so I apologize that I'm looking down. I've been pulling up bobbin thread all dang day. And see, Rob, I can work on it. Oh, your clamping trip is a week long. Oh my gosh, how you got a week left? Am I understanding that correctly? You got a week left to go on it? You guys that can go camping or that are going camping, I am so stinking jealous. I want to go camping and then like go floating down the river or something, or go like camping at a lake. That's what I want to do. I want to go camping where I can go swimming and getting in the water and all of that. That is my eventual dream. But I do kind of want to go, glamping, because I'm a little bit of a princess at times. So medical disabilities do that to you. Oh, guys, we're hitting the after sunset hours. We're gonna get some sunset, coming in here in a little bit. And I have not pulled the curtains. We're going to see what happens. We are going to see if I can continue to see my computer screen. I already have a glare starting. And it's right on top of the chat, too. So we are just going to see how this goes. Of course, Rob, you're kind of like on a perpetual camping trip, living in your RV. I could probably do the RV life if I was by myself. My husband is a little too much of a city boy for the RV life, like, full time. Being on a semi-truck was about all we could handle. Oh. Alright. Let's pull this bobbin thread up, and this may be the last leaf I get out of this bobbin. I don't know yet. We're going to see if I've got any more leaves out of this bobbin, because I got 1 more to go. Alright, that is not the bobbin thread. I'm looking for the thread, you guys. These blues all blend in after a while. There's no electric or water hookups. We have a tent, but the beach is nearby. I can go to the pavilion. And so I left the Duchess home, but brought Josephina with me. That is awesome. Rob says, now that I'm retired and live full-time in my RV, I camp every day. Yes, you do. Full-time job starts the day after Labor Day, so this is my last hurrah. Yeah, that's understandable. That is understandable. I do not blame you. Take advantage of it while you can. I would totally be doing that. We were talking to the lady at Hobby Lobby today, and I'm sitting there showing her some pictures, and she's asking you guys. She's asking me about my temperature quilt. She remembers me telling her about it, and she was asking me how it was going, putting that temperature quilt together. You guys, that was so sweet of her. That she, like, remembers me that well. And also kind of scary that she remembers me that well. Alright, I'm not getting this thread for some reason. We're going to see. Leanna was asking Rob if he travels different places, and he said no. Yeah, he's got the 4 Peppers with him. I don't know how the Peppers would handle traveling. Oh. Alright, let's see. Is that my bobbin thread? Okay, I cannot find it. What we're going to do is we're going to trim it underneath, and we are going to hold it off to the side. Oh. So, can I ask what the full-time job is, Liana? What we're looking forward to hearing more about once Labor Day is over? Because I'm kind of curious. I don't know what you do, so I gotta ask. I mean, I would think by the fact that it's pastry queen, you might be cooking a little bit. But I could always be wrong. I know a lot of people here that start in the school district or that work in the school district, and our schools here start on Monday, the 26th. And I know a lot of them are doing their last hurrah too. Getting out and exploring and enjoying the weather while they can. Oh, she works for a school district. Okay. I was not wrong. That's kind of a cool job. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. More about your school day. Alright, we're going to change bobbin back to the big bobbin. Alright, let's take those off. And let's change out. Oh, that was a good call, you guys. So 1, 2, I didn't even get 2 pulls. And that bobbin is empty. So that was a good call that I did not try to push it. Alright. So, let's go put this bobbin together. There we go. And, oh, there we go. I heard it click. Let's pull up thread just to make sure that I get enough. And now we can close it. Used to be an executive pastry chef and taught at the CIA, but you're burnt out, so you work with kids and you like it. I do not blame you. I can understand the burnout. It is very easy to burn out in doing a high-stress job, even if it is doing something that you enjoy doing. It is tough. It is tough. When I worked for the last company that I worked for, I don't know if I've told you guys where I worked or not. Let me grab some candy, put in my mouth. My mouth is getting dry. When the last company that I worked for, they asked me to be in management. And I told them I wouldn't do it. because I did not want the stress and the anxiety and the carrying the work home with me that I would do to myself. I know I would do it. And I did not want that. So I told them, nope, I will not do management. Sam, I am. I will not do it. Not at all. I was not going to go back into management and carry my work home with me every day. I had burnt myself out on being in management, and that was where I drew the line. Was no more management for me. I mean, I can do some management now, helping my husband with like his baseball stuff. But at any time, if I need to walk away from it, I can. And I have to be able to walk away from it. Like if I can't walk away from it, I cannot handle it long enough to be successful at it anymore. That is where I fizzled my candle at both ends. Now I just burn myself out quilting, right? No, I don't burn myself out. I do get regenerated by quilting. Even when I'm working on a project that I really was not ready to pull out and work on. But I think my husband will realize after me doing this that it is not a wise idea to pressure your wife into finishing something. Chloe says management is hard. Yes, it is. Chloe says I'm not a manager, but I help out a lot. It is stressful. Yes, it is. It is. And I am a lot better now at saying no to things and letting things go than I ever was at when I was actively working as a manager. But it would definitely still be something that would be a constant challenge for me. So if I went back into a management position somewhere, I would do a fantastic job. But I would have to have somebody above me where I could go, okay, now it's your job. I'm done. It is now your job. The other option that I would have to have is to just close doors. You know, I'd be able to run it, but I would have to set my limits. And that has actually been part of the struggle with this YouTube channel and with me running a YouTube channel, is because I am the only one running it. I do not have help. I do not have a tech person doing anything for me. I don't have anybody helping me with my scheduling. I don't have the back end support, if that makes sense. Like Donna has Joe like doing her tech support. I don't have that. My husband is not techie. We're almost at an hour, or almost at our campground, so I'm going to lose service. Everyone have a fantastic weekend and night. Absolutely, Leanna, you do as well. Thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it. So with running this YouTube channel, I have had to basically decide on what I would and would not say yes to. And I have to do the same thing with my quilting. What am I going to say yes to and what am I not going to say yes to? And that has been kind of like a jolt to my system, because it really is stepping back into that management role. And granted, I'm managing myself. Leon says I have no support either. My honey does make the thumbnails, but doesn't want to do anything else. I don't blame him. It is tough. Oh, Andrea's here. Welcome. And Rob just left. He said, good night, team and friends. Have a great night. Good night, Rob. Thank you for being here. Welcome in, Andrea. We are just talking management. I am still working on quilting that quilt. And we've got 2 more blocks after this one. So we're not doing too bad. We made a lot of progress. I got one quilted while I was off camera. But that was it. Like, off camera, that was all the time I had. Of course, we did do a Hobby Lobby run. The husband decided in all of the other random requests that he made of me, one of them being, will I finish this quilt, please? The other one was that when am I going to make the harvest quilt, because he is in the process of decorating and needs the harvest quilt up on the wall. So I have not made the harvest quilt yet, and so I told him, I was like, okay, well, if Hobby Lobby has their fabric on sale, we'll go ahead and, you know, go get it. And he'd already been to Hobby Lobby. He said their fabric isn't on sale. Like, there were no signs up everywhere. Well, I decided that we'd go to Hobby Lobby, and I would have him, like, I would tell him what kind of fabrics to pick out. Like, start picking out these fabrics, take pictures of them, and then I'll come up with what I need, and we'll go pick them up later. Like, we'll go pick them up Monday when the fabric goes on sale. Well, we get up there, and the harvest fabric is on sale. So I was like, okay, well, that works perfectly. Not all the other fabrics are on sale, but harvest is. So I was able to go ahead and get the fabrics for the harvest quilt. It is going to be a jelly roll race, so it is not going to be something that's going to take hours and hours to do. The biggest time constraint of that is going to be cutting the fabric, because of course I was having to buy yardage. So I'm not going to pre-wash anything. It is just going to be straight cut the strips and put it together in some kind of order, cut selvages off, and start assembling. That is as simple as it is going to be. He did decide that he does not want the mitered strips, so it's not going to be, the strips are not going to have the 45-degree angle in it. And he also liked the idea of having the strips running up and down versus across the side. Of course, now that we've picked the fabrics, that may have to change because some of them are directional. So we're going to see what it looks like, and we'll see as I get to putting it together, whether the directional is going to make a difference or not to him. But I was like, we're going to go with a pattern that I can assemble in a few hours. That way this quilt can be done in like 2 days. Because I do not have time to take a 10-day break from my client quilts and all of my other obligations to work on a very detailed harvest quilt that's going to take 3 months to finish. So you do not get to put me on to those kinds of projects right now. Chloe says, that sounds like fun. I've not done a jelly roll race. Well, get your jelly rolls together and I'll look at my schedule, and we may be doing that Monday or Tuesday. I might be doing it Tuesday night, to be honest with you. We might do the jelly roll race on the Tuesday Night Live. I haven't decided yet. Just because I need to get it done. And I don't have a lot of time to waste, but I will video it either way. It'll probably be on a live. That's what I'm planning. Glenda's never done a jelly roll race. Oh my gosh, you guys. Alright. Let me look at my schedule and see what we've got going on. Because Wednesday night I teach my first sewing class in forever. And I'm teaching pajama pants. So I kind of need to be mentally prepared for that. But we might do it Wednesday. Do you guys want to do the jelly roll race with me? Like, is that something that you want to do with me? Because the jelly roll race is super easy. It really, really is easy. Or do you want me to do a recorded video? You guys tell me. Do you want me to do it live or do you want me to record it and then you guys can come back and watch it? Is Jelly Roll Race something that you guys want to do? I'm waiting the feedback. Alright. We are going to come and stitch this top section. And get this, well, let me stitch from here so I can see a little bit better where I am going. Gotta do it for the visuals so I can see. Let's see. Still no answers on whether you guys want to do one with me or you want me to do it recorded. You guys get to tell me, since you're in my chat, since you're live with me, you get to tell me, do you want to do one live with me? I mean, you don't have to be on the camera. I'm not saying that. If you want to be on camera, we can do that. I would love to do a subscriber chime in kind of live because I can send out Zoom links for something like that. Or we could do it, I could do it in a recording and then air it, or, you know, you guys tell me. I guess if I do a recording, then, you know, I can speed it up because, I mean, it's a little boring at some points, but that's okay. Because it is a lot of the same thing over and over and over again. But they're so much fun. I haven't done one in a really long time. Probably not since my son was little. I think that's the last time I did a Jelly Roll Race. It's when he was little. And he will be 19 tomorrow. So he will not be little no more. He hasn't been little for a while, but he's not little no more. That's our official. We're not little no more. I'd like to see you sew it. I would be willing to sew one. Awesome! Yay! Do you want to do... Ooh, you know what? I could do a Zoom and just do a private Zoom for those who want to join in. But it has to be like this week. I can't delay it. It's going to have to be like this week. Because I have other deadlines I have to get back to. And this has to be done. So it'd have to be probably Tuesday or Wednesday. Or Tuesday or Wednesday. Glenda says I'm going to do one, but it would be nice to have some to lead the way. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I may make a couple then as well. I'm still debating. Should I do it live or should I do it... Golly, how should I do it? Oh. So all you need for a Jelly Roll Race is a Jelly Roll. Now, Joann's sells like the half Jelly Rolls that are like 20 strips. You can also cut your own. A lot of the Jelly Rolls I'm finding now at like the quilt shops only have 40 strips. Recording or live, whatever works for you, says Chloe. Okay, awesome. I'm going to cut, I think, 64 strips, so it's a little bit bigger. If you only have 40 strips, like a regular, Glenda says, I don't do Zoom. I don't blame you. That's fine. I didn't do Zoom for a really long time either, so you're good. I will not force anybody to. Oh my gosh. I'm just looking at where I am at, you guys. I've only got 2 more blocks, like, hanging out here. I'm sorry. Temporarily distracted by quilting. Temporarily distracted by my own work. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, yeah, I will make a decision before tomorrow night. And I may be finishing this up tomorrow night. So this will be... like tomorrow, let's see, tomorrow is Sunday, so, alright. So tomorrow I will probably be stitching in the ditch all the way around, doing all the stitching in the ditch. And then Sunday night we may be binding this. That way this quilt, aside from labeling, will be done. And then I can get back to my normal project list and I can have a schedule for the Jelly Roll Race. Alright, yeah, I will do one way or the other. But yeah, so I'm going to do like 64 strips, I think. And I've got 12 12 fabrics, so I think that would be 72 strips if I did 9 per, something like that. I got half yards of everything that I got. With Chloe, whatever works for you. Okay, that works. I can do that. I can work with those boundaries. Alright, I'm going to pop my head out. Actually, you know what? Give me a second. I am going to go get a drink and deal with the dog that I hear at the door real quick. So give me 5 seconds or 2 seconds or something like that. I'm going to put some music on for you guys, and I will go with something a little mellow, I think. Let's see. I think that one is mellow. Is it really? Hang on. Alright, that one's definitely not mellow. That is not mellow. And that one's too... Yeah, we're gonna go mellow. Okay, so I'm gonna put some music on, you guys, and I will be back before the song is done. Okay, I'm back. You guys have seen me back for a little bit, but I'm back. I'm officially back. That one song was plenty of time. I walk out there, and the dog is quite literally at the door. He has been waiting very patiently, or not so patiently, for Mom to come through that door. He absolutely loves to like come hang out and be in here when I'm in here. And he doesn't understand that he's not allowed to play while he's in here. It is time for him to like chill and be a calm puppy. And he wants to play right now. So he wants me to be out there playing with him. And that's not happening today. Went and heated me up a frozen burrito. Oh, that sounds delicious, Glenda. I was eating those little cheeses. There's like 3 little mozzarella balls in the pack, so like you open it, it's kind of like string cheese, but it's not string cheese, it's the little mozzarella balls, the fresh mozzarella. Oh my gosh, those are so delicious. I mean, they don't, no, I will caveat it, mozzarella doesn't have a very strong flavor to it, but it's just enough that it like settles, you know, if you need a little bit of food on your stomach, it settles that. But it's not so much food that you are like over full. Like it's not like a full string cheese or 2 or whatever. It's just enough, and it's perfect sizing. So that's what I grabbed. I grabbed that and the soda, and played with the puppy for 5 seconds. He was very distraught that Mommy was not hanging out and staying longer, but that's okay. He will live. Chloe says those are so good, aren't they? Right? They are so delicious. My husband will ask me, how are you doing on your cheese things? I'm like, well, I don't know. I haven't looked lately. Like, I forget about them. I forget I have them. And, but guaranteed, he will go, like, look and see if I've got any left. And he'll make sure to pick me up more. It's amazing. That is, like, the best thing in the world. Because it's, you know, something easy, and it's very rare that I can't eat it. There are a lot of foods that I can go, like, I'm fine one day, and then another day I cannot stand it. Like, it is sickening to me. Just because of the way my body works. And the cheese things are almost always on the okay list. Hey, I'm still doing good on thread, too. I still got plenty. I do have another 2 spools of this thread. 3 spools. 3 spools. So, I have plenty of thread should I run out. But I'm not in danger of that just yet. Now, I will say, after getting up and stretching and moving around and getting my drink and the little bitty snack, coming back and sitting down to start quilting, do you know how foreign it suddenly feels? Like it is suddenly like, am I really doing this? Am I really doing this? And you guys, fall and harvest has like completely thrown up in the rest of the apartment now. The entire dining room table is covered in harvest leaves and garlands and whatever else he's got. So the dining room table is now covered. The buffet in the dining room is now getting decorated. We have like a sofa bench that is in front of our kitchen window. Because the way our apartment is set up, we have like an opening between the kitchen and the living room that is like a window above the sink, the kitchen sink. And so he's already got the table there started to decorate. He's got things moved around. I mean, he had to move things around for the tree because the tree needed room to be set up. But he's already got stuff moved around, you guys. He is in his little zone decorating. Oh, Glenda says for the frozen burrito, she'll regret it later, but it sure is good. At least you heated it up. You'd regret it more if you left it frozen. A frozen burrito is not the way to eat the burrito. It definitely needs to be heated up. There's a meme going around. Something like, if you feed your kids frozen pizza and frozen chicken nuggets and boxed mac and cheese, you're a bad parent. You at least need to cook those items first. And I had honestly never thought about anybody not cooking those items before handing them off to their kids. It kind of saddens me that that is even a possibility that somebody would do that. But it is also kind of funny that that thought even exists out there. That is wonderful. Decorations are so festive. Yes, they are. They are. I'm just glad I don't have to do it. Oh, I am so glad I don't have to do anything with any of it. It is all him. I let Mother Nature do my decorating. Glenda says, yep, you got a good man. Yes, right? Right? Like, now, before we moved up here, I did a lot of baking. So, like cookies, cakes, you name it, I made it. Now, I don't eat it all. It's not that it's not good. Whatever I made isn't good. I just don't eat a lot. I don't eat a lot of sweets. I don't eat a lot of sugary items. So, like, I didn't eat everything I made, but I would make it. Absolutely make it. Since we moved here, I don't have to do even that. He does it all. If I want something specific, I might have to go make it. Like, if it's something that he doesn't know how to make, I might have to go make it. But for the most part, I don't even have to bother with that. He handles all of that for me. So we are doing the barn block painting with my local quilt group 1 week from today. So next Saturday. So I'm not planning to have a live next Saturday unless I feel up to going live Saturday night, which I will be honest with you, I probably will not feel like, because I will probably be just absolutely drained. But we have to bring something for the potluck. Well, the lady who's hosting us, her husband has the shop that we're going to use to paint, to paint our barn blocks in. And so they convince him every year, they volunteer him every year to cook burgers. So we always have burgers every year, apparently. This is only my second year. And then, like, all the sides and everything else, we bring in. Like, everybody else caters everything else. So I signed him up to bring a dessert. I told him he could choose to bring, we were bringing a dessert or we were bringing a potato. And so we were bringing a dessert, and I don't remember what he said he was what he was fixing. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't remember. I think he was, I know, he was saying he was going to make scones. So it's a light dessert. But I think I've convinced him to do, like, cheesecake something or other. Like one of those no-bake cheesecake things or something. I think he's doing something like that. Now, I don't eat cheesecake. So, but that never stops, any of that. Like, I don't really care that I don't eat cheesecake. It doesn't bother me if, we make cheesecake for me to bring. That doesn't bother me one bit. Like, I don't go with the intention on eating whatever I bring unless I intentionally fix it. Now, I fixed what I brought last year. Last year, I made rosemary Parmesan crusted potatoes. And I used rosemary and oregano and garlic powder, and you mix all that in butter, and you put your red skin potatoes cutting apart. You put all that in the pan, and you score everything so that it absorbs everything that you can. and you just bake it until it's crispy. And it's fantastic. It's a really good side. My husband doesn't know how to make it, so I have to make it if we're going to bring it. Or if we're going to eat it or whatever. I have to make it. But I make whatever we need for his potlucks, and he makes whatever we need for my potlucks. Is kind of the going rule now. So, like, if he has a Christmas potluck somewhere, then I will make whatever it is that he's going to take. And then for my potlucks, he makes whatever I'm going to take. All right, Donna. She says, hey, girl, dropping in for a bit. Thank you. Glad you made it. I caught your live the other night. So exciting. Chloe says that her husband loves to bake cheesecake. Oh, the no-bake cheesecake. Yeah, right? Right? Oh, Glinda. You have got to go check out Donna's channel. You've got to go check it out. She has redone her leg brace. That way it doesn't like stand out so much. It is so stinking gorgeous. So adorable. You've got to check her stuff out. She's doing so good. I was watching you the other night. Was that last night? That was last night. Yeah, that was last night because then you sent us over to Becca. My days are running together. My days are definitely running together. This is my second live for the day, Donna. We did our normal Saturday morning, and then we are back because I have too much left to quilt. So this is what I was quilting on last night, and I don't even think I got one block done. Chloe says, hello, Donna, your leg brace looks great. Yes, I agree, right? Right? I mean, I totally... Now that I've seen that, I totally want to take and make a custom quilt for my wheelchair, my electric wheelchair, so that it's not vinyl. And I need to get a heated seat cushion for it for the winter, because I know I'm going to freeze my tuchus off on that wheelchair. And granted, it's an electric wheelchair, but you know, I'm still going to be in it, or on it, out in the cold, and the snow, and everything else. So I am thinking about doing a quilted seat cover, and then I can put a heated seat cushion with like a battery backup, battery operated, whatever. I can put that between my seat cover and the vinyl, and my seat cover will hold it together. Chloe says, awesome quilting last night. Yes, I agree. We were all watching you with bated breath and watching those squirrels that Joe kept putting up there. Glenda says, so thankful you're doing better. Got a lot of catching up on watching videos. Oh, I do too, Glenda. I am so far behind. Thank you, friends. Sunday crochet and trivia at 9 in the morning if you want to join in. Oh, that's awesome. I cannot crochet to save my life, Donna. I will be doing more of this. I will be doing more quilting to get this done. I've got Stitch in the Ditch after all of this free motion. I am almost done with this block, and then I've just got 2 more left to free motion. And then we are swapping to Stitch in the Ditch with the walking foot. And wrestling with each of these blocks to quilt them. They are like 17 inches, 17-inch blocks. They're stinking huge, and it is definitely a wrestle to wrestle this queen size quilt. Awesome. Yeah, if you want to, is it the Zoom link or something? Glenda says, love the pic you posted when you got your bracelet. Yeah, I agree. Right, Glenda? Donna has some good fashion sense. Just gotta say. She pulls it all together. No matter what she does, she pulls it all together. Goodness. Yeah, I'm trying to pull my bobbin thread up. So, and it is all this like dark blue thread. So it is not easy to see against each other. So that's why I keep tucking my head down. All right. All right. 2 left. 2 left. That is it. We are down to the last 2. Can you guys believe it? We have done almost 12 blocks now. We've got 10 done, 2 left to go. Oh, and this quilt will be, or the hardest part of this quilt will be done. I did not think I would get this far, especially with the pace that I was going initially. There's no way that I thought that if you told me like Saturday evening I'd be done with this, I would have said you were lying. Chloe says I decided to finish sewing a block. It came out better than I thought it would. See, your good luck is passing on to me. Your block turned out better than you thought it would. My quilting is turning out better than I thought it would. You know, we're working together to bless each other with the positive energy and the good luck. That's what we're going with, right? So what I've been having to do, Donna, is I am following, there are dots on this fabric. These panels were cross-stitched. She is one amazing young lady. Donna, yes, absolutely she is. Chloe says you're on fire. Thank you. This has been amazing, you guys. I mean, I started out the day with 3.5 blocks done. So now we are sitting at 10 blocks done. That's an amazing number, you guys. I did not expect this. You guys being here has made the world of difference. It is y'all's cheering me on. So what I'm doing is the lines that you see now are cross-stitched. There are also dotted lines that are around the outside and like inside of the leaves and all of that. They are designed for French knots. And my sister-in-law cross-stitched these about 40 years ago and never came back and did the French knots. Well, she wants them put it together in a quilt, and I'm not putting the French knots on there. Not doing it. It is not going to happen. So what I've done is, because these dots did not wash out when I washed these blocks originally, we are using them as our quilting guidelines. So I'm playing connect the dots, and I'm not doing a fantastic job at it, but it is good enough. And done is better than perfect. That is the mantra we are sticking with today, of just getting it done. And perfectly, you know, the title of just getting it done, or just get it done for my impromptu lives is absolutely perfect for this. Oh, I agree, Glenda. She's saying yay to Chloe. Yeah, you gotta put in a little bit of time here and there. Get your sewing machine in gear. Get your needle and thread in gear, and just spend some time with the fabric, with the thread, with the soft, squishy stuffs. It is not soft, squishy like, you know, flesh. You know, soft and squishy like fabrics. You know. I'm sorry, I'm weird. Glenda says everyone I watch is amazing and always learn something new. See, that is exactly what we are here for. It is for the inspiration. Because as soon as you are inspired, you will create. And when you create, everyone benefits. The world needs more creativity and needs more passion thrown in. And you're more likely to do that when you are inspired. I love to see what people come up with, even if it wasn't kind of what I would have chosen to do. It's all kind of cool. It's all kind of cool. Now, I will say I am kind of old. I feel old. I'm in a young and millennial quilter group thing. And I'm not gonna like have anybody go searching or whatever for it. So like it's not, you know, it's not that kind of thing. But I'm in a group, And apparently we had some people come in with very conservative views, and they were bashing anybody who didn't like what they posted. And they created another group, and like one of our admins had to come in and explain to all of us what had happened, because they'd already taken care of everything, but there was still some lingering stuff going on, some lingering drama. And they were calling what the person made something different. And I don't know where it came up, but now we have a ongoing thing about a tramp bag. So we've heard of tramp stamps. We've heard of all kinds of things, but now there is a tramp bag, and I want to know what one of these looks like. And so I'm sitting there thinking about it, and apparently it was not supposed to be an A in that word, it was supposed to be a U. And I'm not a political minded person, like I'm not going to discuss politics or whatever, but apparently, you know, they were turning the conversation very political, and that's why they got booted from the group, because we were trying not to do politics. But now, because it has been said, and because it has been spread as a tramp bag, I am now committed that I need to find out what a tramp bag is and what one looks like. I am very old. I am very old. I was so late to the conversation, but I feel old. And I know it's a random topic, and I apologize. It is very random. But my mind keeps going back to it, because I heard about it last night. Late last night, I think. And so, like, I have not stopped thinking about what a tramp bag looks like. Oh, okay. So, we are on our last leaf of this one. And I went the wrong way, you guys. I'm gonna have a lot of stitching where I can't see my line. Oh no. I was not thinking. So we're taking this slow, because my dots are literally under the foot and I cannot see them until I am almost right up on them. Alright, there we go. That's what I get for thinking about something other than quilting, right? It's my fault for thinking about something other than quilting and trying to quilt. My brain is always going though, and I am still stuck on this TV and PC quilt with a lava lamp included. Glenda, you and Rob have got me thinking. Because I would have to do it as applique, but then to get the TV, I would want it to be 3D kind of. So I'd want the screen to curve out. Okay, tell me, on the old time TVs, did the screen really curve out as much as I'm thinking? Like, was it really really rounded? Somebody tell me, on the old timey TVs, the console TVs, did the front of the screen really curve, or was it kind of like a gentle curve? Help me think through what I'm thinking, because I'm going to need to think of that. Glenda says, okay, I've never heard of that tramp back. Yeah, neither had I, right? And then I find out that it probably is something political related, and I'm just going, well, that's disappointing. That is not at all where my mind went when I heard that, or saw that word, and thought that that's what we were talking about. Oh. So, alright, so I'm thinking about the TV. If we do the TV and the console TV, I know I'm going to need knobs. I'm going to need the rabbit ear antenna. We're going to do the lava lamp. I don't know how a PC would fit into that, because the PC would be a little too... I don't know. I don't know how I'd fit the PC into it, because the PCs at the time of the big console TVs were still like taking up a whole room, if not a whole house. So I'm not sure how the computer would fit into it. Maybe I'll leave the computer out and I'll just do the TV. Maybe the Game of Life and Game of Monopoly. Sitting on top of the TV, just like the game board boxes. But I just don't know how curved out the TV screen needs to be. Like, because that's going to be a technical thing. Yep, you could set and watch it from the side. Okay, so it is fairly curved. Okay, gotcha. Yep, I'm going to have to do some research. I think it'll actually go with... When was I doing that quilt? Let me think. Alright, hang on. I have my list. Okay, so for July 2025 is my biscuit quilt. So, that quilt would actually go really well. It would be a great pairing to go with my my biscuit quilt. Because my biscuit quilt is going to have its little twist to it. Speaking of which, I need to put some things on order so that I get them in time to get started on that in time. Oh my gosh, you guys. All the ideas. Because that biscuit quilt, I want that finished in time for State Fair next year. So I need to be planning to have that done at the end of July. So I'm not struggling, and that way I've got a little bit of room. The old PC monitors looked like a small TV. Yeah, they did. I do remember that. I know that, like, I learned to program on an Apple II Basic. That was my first ever experience programming anything. And I will say I did pretty good for not really having a teacher to teach me how to do it. I just took the book and started trying things that were in the book that I had. And that's how I learned to program. Maritza is here. She says she's waving. Good evening, Maritza. I'm glad you are here, sweetheart. Alright, yeah, I'm trying to think. Because my biscuit quilt is going to look kind of like it fits on Granny's bed. So the TV quilt would kind of go with it. It would go very well as a pairing. We have Granny's bed quilts, and then we have this applique quilt that looks like an antique TV. And it'd kind of be like a theme, you know? Gosh. I'm going to have to be looking for fabric. You amaze me planning so far ahead. Oh, no. Hang on. You said planning so far ahead? Okay. October 2024 finish for the Halloween Town. September 6th, I need to finish my client's quilt, piecing it. September 12th, 19th, and 26th is the freebie quilt for the last freebie quilt of the year. December 25th, I need to finish the temperature quilt. Fab Farm starts in January of 2025. Block a month, 10-month finish. 1 month is cutting, 9 months assembling, and finishing October 2025. So just over a year from now. Land That I Love, we're starting November 2024, finishing also July 2025. I have a quilt planned that will be finishing July of 2026 on this list. Yeah, that is where my plans are as of right now. I still have a Dear Jane to work in here somewhere. Gosh, I have Dear Jane. I have a 365 quilt to finish. And then I've got a couple of other miscellaneous projects. I have also picked up a Halloween project for next year, a Halloween quilt for next year. Let's see, what else have I got? I've got a Christmas quilt that I want done by next year. I haven't even bought fabric for it, so it's not even in the running. I have another temperature quilt that I'm going to have to do this year. Joy T saying hi to me and chat friends. Welcome in, Joy T. Glad you made it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for stopping by. And then I also have a queen size itty bitty quilt, queen size micro mini. Plus I also have to get the 12-month block of the month or 16-month block of the month off the wall, and I need to get my micro mini quilt eventually finished. So yeah. Chloe says that is fabulous, your schedule. Yeah, exactly, right? I've got to do it eventually, so I might as well schedule it, right? So it's kind of the mantra that I keep getting repeated from a friend of mine. She says, how do you eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time. So how do you tackle this many quilts? One stitch, one block, one cut, all at a time. Yeah, it is all one item at a time. Now this quilt top was pieced Christmas Day last year, because I remember sending a picture of this to my sister-in-law Christmas Day last year, so she could see it as a Christmas present for herself. So she could see that the quilt top was pieced. And then I have not sent her any updated pictures, because all I have done since then was layer and baste, and the quilt has basically sat for a while. Now I could go back in my pictures and probably see when I basted this. If I had to guess, I probably basted this back in April. Oh yes, yours is on the list too. It is not on that list, but it is in my head list. So don't panic, it is coming up. Because the client quilt has to be done September 6th, or I want it done September 6th. And yours is that following week. So yeah, you're coming up. You're September 12th or 19th is what I'm looking at as a finish date for the top. So yeah, it is in there. It is in there, I promise. Is September 19th okay? Joy T says, hi Chloe, hanging in there one day at a time. Hi Glenda, thanks for asking. Yeah, absolutely. Glad they're asking how you are doing. I have not seen you in my chat in a while, so I'm glad you are here. It has been a while. I know a couple people had like health issues coming up and family issues and everything else, so I've been when I've been in other people's chats, I've been noticing who's there and who's not. But I did notice that you hadn't been in mine for a little bit. But I knew you were still out there. I knew you were hanging around. Slowly but surely. I'm glad you were here, though. I really am. So when you guys see this, I am working on free motion quilting. You got to ignore the rat's nest of extra threads. Those will get trimmed and buried. But these are cross-stitch blocks that my sister-in-law made over 40 years ago. And I got this quilt pieced December 25th of last year. Layered sometime earlier this spring. And the husband was like, well, when are you going to actually work on this? Oh, you had COVID. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you were here. That is amazing. Glad you made it. Very, very glad you made it. And I don't know why I'm putting the whole quilt in my lap, so bear with me. I'm sometimes doing the stupid things versus the smart things. So we're doing the stupid thing at the moment by putting the whole quilt in my lap. But it's okay. I've got enough room and I've got enough lap that it will be okay. It will be. But yeah, so around the outside of these cross-stitch blocks, or around the outside of the cross-stitching, what I am using as stitching lines is what was supposed to be French knots that she did not stitch in place. And because it has been on the fabric these 40 plus years, it's not coming out. So I am coming through and stitching on the French knot lines. So it's kind of like connecting the dots with free motion quilting. I was doing this with a walking foot on the first block that I did, and I realized I was going to be spending 3 weeks manhandling this quilt. It was not going to be fun, enjoyable, or fast at any rate of speed whatsoever. Like, it wasn't even going to be turtle fast, it was going to be past that. And I was not going to get any part of my life back. So this was my husband decided to ask me about it and give me grief about why I hadn't worked on it. And so to appease him, I pulled this out to start working on it. And then after he saw how much struggle it was for me to quilt this, he's like, well, you could just put it back and come back to it. No, I've gotten 2 blocks done. I'm not putting this back and coming back to it. It is going to go ahead and get done. So that's why we are doing a mad push to get this thing quilted, because I am not going to spend 3 months quilting it, because I don't have 3 months to spend on quilting it. Oh, we are almost to the end of this one. Woohoo! I agree, Chloe. She's saying, yep, Joy T, I'm glad you are on the mend. Yes. Absolutely. That nasty C word. Nasty, nasty C word. Thankfully, I have not been exposed or anything else. And my immune system has not been knocked down enough for me to catch it yet. So we are still holding out hope that I do not catch it. I was not able to get any of the vaccinations to help my immune system combat it. So it is just a hope and prayer at this point that I do not catch it. Alright, we are going to go ahead. I'm going to come back and do the top pieces. We're going to go ahead and stitch the next big section. And then that will leave just the top pieces and then the next block, and we will be done. Can you guys believe this? I started this morning. For those who did not make it to this morning's live, I started this morning with 2.5 blocks done. Or no, was it 3.5? It was 3.5 blocks done. Yeah. Chloe says, you are lucky. I know I am. I am very incredibly lucky. I think part of what has saved me so far is that we knew I couldn't get the vaccine early on, and we have taken every single precaution we could, including me masking in places that I shouldn't need to mask, and me not going places that I could have gone. Charlotte is here. She says, hey Tammy, welcome in, Charlotte. Also been a while since I've seen you in my chat. Glad you made it in. Thank you. I know I saw you, I believe, over at Donna's or Becca's last night. I'm slowly getting back into catching all of my favorite creators. Donna was actually in here earlier. You guys are so amazing. Thank you for stopping in. And yes, please give that thumbs up if you will. If you don't want to give a thumbs up, give a thumbs down. I do not mind. I will not be offended one bit. But yeah, if you guys would like to if you haven't done the thumbs up on this video, please make sure you do so. Because this is very much an impromptu live. It was not scheduled at all. So kind of hanging out to get this quilt quilted, getting my watch hours, that extra little boost. We're about 100 subscribers away from YouTube's first little monetization little protocol, whatever. Sorry to have been scared, so I caught me. Oh, you're good. You're good. I understand. Like I said, I just caught Donna last night and I caught Becca last night. And I cannot tell you the last time I caught both of them. So you were good. It has been a while since I've caught a lot of my content creators too. So I am not ever, whenever I say I haven't seen someone in a while, I am not calling anybody out for not being there. Glenda's saying, Tammy, the blue's on your quilt. Did I piece it? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. And it was a pain in the rear. So this is the, let me back up. There we go. This is the only block not quilted. This is the overall design around the block. So inside near the block is this dark blue. And what I've done on the blocks that I've already quilted is I've stitched in the ditch following the dark blue. And then this medium blue and the light blue, I will come back and stitch in the ditch at this light blue. And I'm stitching on the white, or the very light color. Now what you probably cannot see from the camera, at least from that camera anyway, is, I mean, the white stitching you're seeing here is basting stitches. Okay, so that is not quilting, that is just basting stitches. But in between this blue piece and this blue piece is a piece of sashing. That is 3/4 of an inch sashing. Oh, Sean, welcome in, sir. We were talking about you earlier. We were asking if you have ink on your machine, and I know you do because you have a sticker on the back. Because we were talking about the ink on my machine. But yeah, so there is 3/4 of an inch sashing in here, so it finishes at 1/4 of an inch. That is all the fabric I had left. I did not buy any extra fabric for this quilt, so what I bought initially is what I'm sticking with. I'm not buying anything extra. The only thing I had to buy extra was the backing. She did choose the medium blue to do the backing with, and thankfully I chose fabrics from Hobby Lobby that Hobby Lobby always carries. So I was able to get more of that. So that was fantastic. Charlotte says, really, really pretty. Yes, thank you. So my sister-in-law cross-stitched these blocks, and what I'm using as my guideline for my free motion quilting is where there were supposed to be French knots. So like, she did these 40 years ago. She did these before her first child was born, and he is 42 now. So they were in storage for 40 years before she gave them to me. And I've been working on this kind of 2 years. She gave it to me before I moved up to Wyoming. So it's been here a while. But she basically gave me carte blanche, except for, like, I gave her, here are my suggestions on the quilting pattern of, how I could piece it together. And she chose which one of those she liked. And then I, sent her pictures of the fabrics, and she's like, oh, those are so pretty, but they're too fancy for my blocks. I was like, no, they're not. They are not too fancy for these blocks. These blocks are gorgeous. I want the blocks to shine, and the best way to do that is to use appropriate fabrics. Because she honestly thought that this fabric, this floral fabric, and the fern and the leaf patterns, the little twig patterns, she thought it was too fancy, you guys. Because she's very, very modest about these blocks. She doesn't think she did a fantastic job. And granted, do they look like they were done by a professional? No, they don't. But it is not about being a professional when you do it. It is just about, showcasing what you've done. I mean, there's a couple of them that, it's very obvious that it was not a professional. But in the grand scheme of it, unless you're sitting there looking at every last one, you're not going to see it. Sean says, I just have the one sticker on each of my machines. I'm thinking about adding more, but haven't come to a decision as to which ones yet. Right, Sean? It took me a while to figure out these ones. Charlotte says they are pretty blocks. They are gorgeous. I mean, I'm almost I will say this. I have been terrified to work on this because they are so gorgeous and I'm worried about messing them up. So that's part of the delay in quilting this. Alright, so this one says, sorry, my filter is broken. This one says, when I said I liked it rough, I didn't mean my entire life. This one says, underestimate me, that will be fun. Or that'll be fun. And then the two new stickers that I've added, one is over here, and it's a camera, and it says, start your journey. And then I have one that I just added down here, and it is 3 trees and a sun, and then a man being chased by a bear, and then it says Wyoming fast food. Chloe says, that could be a hard decision. Which stickers, right? I think that's what held me off too for so long, is like, what stickers are appropriate for me to put on my machine that won't be offensive to some people. And, you know, I had to decide that if somebody was offended by the stickers on my machine, then they could turn off my channel. I had to stop worrying about everything, like what everyone would think. I had to come to, like, this is what I want to see. Let's see, it's less about the outcome than the doing what you enjoy. Yes, right? Right. And, I mean, my sister-in-law has not crafted her entire life. Like, these blocks is kind of the epitome of her crafting. Like, she does other stuff, but she doesn't craft. Like, this isn't her thing. Like, you don't think of my sister-in-law, this sister-in-law, you don't think of her and think, oh, she's super crafty. You think of her. Charlotte says, my stickers are all snarky. I know. I kind of want some snarkier ones. But I haven't bit the bullet on them. But some of these, like, I saw them and I'm like, those are mine. Those are mine. I decided that if my filter had to be in place when I'm on YouTube, that my machine did not need to have a filter. So that's why that one is there. And I still have room here. I still have room here. Like, I've got small room. And then I've got room up here. And then I've got all this room back here. But these are the ones I wanted to see all the time. And then I think if I do decide that I have another sticker that I like better, I would potentially consider replacing the sticker. Like, I think I would redo the tattoo. I would take the tattoo off and provide myself with the new tattoo. I can do that on the machine. You can't do that on your human skin as easily. Or as cost effectively, but I think Beauty would not mind if I changed out her stickers every so often. You know, I don't think she's going to care all that much. Alright, so we are probably going to do, if you are still here, we are looking at, I will probably be tagging people this upcoming weekend and asking you all to, if you've got a channel or whatever, to start sharing your machine ink. Like, what ink do you have on your machine? And even if it's not super exciting, it is still kind of cool to, you know, kind of get to know everybody by what their machines wear. You know, what's your machine's dress up? And that is right where I can't see it. Sean says I'm here. Yep. Yep. So I may be tagging you, just so you know. Just so you know. Rob was in here earlier and we were talking about it. Apparently, his machine and his extension table all have ink, so he's gonna get tagged for sure. But I'm gonna start a tag this weekend. And just ask for everybody to share their machine's ink. It is time to share the ink with the world and let us all know what your machine ink is. Have your kids arrived yet? I do have to ask. Would you mind if I ask that question on the podcast? I'll credit you. I will do it Friday. I will try to do it Friday so that way, because your podcast, is that on Saturday? Is that on your live on Saturday? Is that what I'm thinking? Oh, let me know when I need to do it by, and I'll do it. So that way you can then, like, go back and tag the video so that it gets, like, the extra views. Yeah, I gotta look out for the channel, too, while I'm at it, right? You let me know when I need to have it done by, and I will have it done. Because it's just gonna be a short. It's not gonna be anything fancy. But yeah, I'd love that. Definitely get me on the viewers, because I'm at about 400 as of earlier today. I haven't checked it in the last hour, so I don't know what I'm at now. But I am within that 100 of the. It's on Sunday. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, it'll be done before then. Because I'm gonna do it for the Labor Day weekend, so everybody can start tagging me all weekend of, hey, I answered. Because I definitely want everybody to kind of see what all ink everybody's got on their machines. Because I think it's kind of a cool topic that we just don't think about. Like, until we're, like, at a quilting retreat or something with our machines. If we get to go to quilting retreats. Geez, it's almost September. I've got quilting. Oh, yeah, right. Second student arrived today. Awesome. What countries are they representing this time? What countries do you have, Sean? Inquiring minds want to know. I haven't been following as closely as I should have been, so that's my fault. So that's why you get to answer another question. Another random question. I feel like I should have a microphone and, like, be standing on the streets corner when I ask Sean questions, because I'm always asking a ton of questions. His students probably know more about the U.S. than some of our own students, which is really sad. But I'm always excited to hear where his new proteges have come from. Oh, right, Anna's here. She says, no ink on my machine, but I picked up a sticker that says sewing because murder is bad. It's too big to fit on my machine. Don't know where it will end up. Well, you do have a long arm, don't you? Welcome into the chat, Rayanne. Glad you made it, lady. Glad you made it. This will probably be coming for show and tell, because I will be done. I will be so done. I'll be so done. I've been quilting on this all day. I started the day with 3.5 blocks done. I need a shirt with that on it, right, Charlotte? Right? I totally do. And I will admit, I saw that sticker and seriously thought about getting it to put it on my Jeep. Getting it to put on my car. But then I was like, well, then I'm advertising that I might be amenable to that idea. So maybe I don't need to put that on my Jeep and advertise it that publicly. But somewhere, oh, I don't have it up, do I? No, I don't. I have a little tin, like, wall art thing that says sewing because murder is wrong. Too big for my long arm, considering selling my long arm. Oh no! Well, I couldn't afford what you'd need to make on that. I know it's all, hand motion or whatever. Like, it's not doing the automatic. Gosh, I wish I had room for it. Oh, that's so tempting. So tempting. Because my problem right now is just the manhandling the quilts right now. And with me starting my own Quilt of Valor group, we're going to have a lot more quilts coming in as well. Sean says that they are from Denmark and Germany. Oh, that's exciting. I will have to ask my mom where she and my dad were stationed when they were in Germany. Because my dad was stationed in Germany during Vietnam. And they have, like, memories from Germany and such. and like a cuckoo clock and like all of this kinds of stuff from their time in Germany. And apparently they really like their landlady, like all of this kind of stuff. So I have Germany stories. Charlotte is asking what kind of machine you have, Rayanne, and Chloe's saying hello. Glenda says I don't have no ink on mine, but love looking at the ones that do. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I even without having ink on my machine, I love seeing what everybody comes up with to put on their machines. It's so exciting. So exciting. So yeah, which long arm do you have, Rayanne, is what is the question going on right now. Because I don't remember. I can't tell them. I know that her is supposed to have one of the automatic carriage things, the automatic quilting options, and it has not been functioning correctly every time lately. So it's Baby Lock Crown Jewel is what she says. And is that on a 10-foot frame? What are you selling the frame with it, or are you just selling the machine? Because I would be more interested in the frame, but I do have, you know, I mean, I have a sit-down long arm that can go on a frame. I just bought a cutie frame, but I do have a buyer for that if I'm looking to sell it. And but mine is not automatic either. So, I mean, I already expected that it wouldn't be automatic. I don't think I can afford that. I'll look it up. Haven't heard of it, says Charlotte. Awesome. And Rayanne is in Wyoming, Charlotte. So you might have to drive up here to come pick it up. That would be amazing. You find a buyer this easily, right? That is if you decide you are selling, for sure. I mean, I would be interested if I don't know. I don't have the room. I just don't have the room. That's kind of my problem. So it'd be up to whether you're selling the machine and the frame together, or selling them separately, or what the plan is. Woohoo! And how much? How much is always the other question, right? Alright. This is the last one of these, you guys. And then we are moving on to the last block. Can you believe it? It is just after 8 o'clock here. 12-foot frame. The Pro Stitcher isn't talking to the machine. The free motion works great. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It was just it's the digitized, digitized part of it. Debate. It would be all together. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so you guys have heard it here first. There is a quilter in the Casper, Wyoming area that is potentially looking to sell her Baby Lock Crown Jewel on a 12-foot frame. Pro Stitcher is not talking to the machine, and the free motion, however, does work great, and everything would be sold all together. See? Free advertising. You're very welcome. And if you guys need to get into contact with Rayanne, if that is something that you are interested in, you can reach out to me. I do not mind helping facilitate and shield and all of that mess, because you know this is countrywide. Actually, this is worldwide. The channel is worldwide, but you know, I will facilitate, you know, communication if you would like me to. I do not mind one bit. And I will be more than happy to get answers for any of you guys, if that is something you are interested in. Alright, so last block, you guys. So we're going to do the same thing that we've been doing to all of these others. We're starting out with this center circle, and we are stitching the part that I cannot see, stitching backwards, which is always a challenge. There we go. Alright. Oh, what an exciting day, right? what an exciting day. I mean, I feel like this needs to be a sunset Sunday because this is so relaxing to be on this last block. Now, granted, this does not include all of the stitch in the ditch that I still have to do on this quilt. Laura has joined the chat. She says, hi, Tammy and everyone. I just saw that you were live. Yes, absolutely. Chloe says, go, Tammy, go. Woohoo. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Sounds like I missed all the fun. Well, kind of. I have been live. This is my second live of the day. We were live this morning, and I started working on quilting more of this quilt. I started the day. There's 12 blocks total in this quilt. They are all cross-stitched by my sister-in-law. She put them up for 40 years. They were cross-stitched and then just stored. And she didn't know what to do with them. She wanted them put into a quilt. She'd previously talked to someone about putting them into a quilt, and for whatever reason, things did not materialize for that to happen back when she, had those plans. And so she gave this to me before I moved up here from Alabama, and was basically like, here, put it together, please. So I came up with a plan and sent her the plan. She approved it late last year, and then I had to test the sashing because I could not handle cutting into these blocks and trying to piece them together with sashing unless I knew for a fact that the sashing was going to fit. So it took me probably 3 months, 2 to 3 months, to test the sashing pattern. But once I got the sashing tested, this went together really quickly. And then I have sat on it. The top was pieced December 25th last year, and it has been basted, layered and basted since April probably. Laura says that she and her hubby went antiquing today. Should have been sewing, but we had a nice day. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy it while the weather is cooperating. There is no shame in that. Alright, which way do I want to go? I guess I want to go this way. I'm debating, because I'm going to sew backwards either way. And I want to be able to see my stitching lines. Or my French knot dots that we are covering up as much as possible. So, yeah, they're not completely covered up. The quilting is far from perfect. But it is going to be what it's going to be. It will be done and finished, which is better than perfect. That is what we're going with, is done is better than perfect. So, here I'm stitching backwards, so I'm having to look where the dots are as they come out from underneath the presser foot and see where I'm going with them. And so if you guys have not seen this presser foot before, if you guys have never had a Bernina or seen someone with a Bernina with this foot, this is what is called the Bernina stitch regulator foot, and it allows you to free motion quilt, and the machine will set your speed for you. It will set your stitch speed. So like as you stitch, like my machine is set full blast, and I'm pressing that foot pedal all the way to the floor. So if I went as fast as the machine could go, which is 1,000 stitches per minute, then this foot would stitch up to 1,000 stitches per minute. I am not going that fast because I'm having to follow the dots, and I'm trying to be a little bit more precise. But if I were doing like a stipple pattern or something like that, free motion, like, it doesn't matter where I go, then it would be a lot faster. Those dots should wash out. They should. I have already washed them out, washed all of these blocks once, and they did not wash. Did I have to stabilize the cross stitch before piecing the blocks? Yes, I did. She says, just wondering, back in the day, I did a lot of cross stitch. Yeah, I did stabilize these. When I first got them, I really didn't know what the heck I was going to do with them. And I used that very liberally because I really did not know. Because I've never done anything like this. Never tried to quilt cross stitch or something. And I'd never thought about doing it. So it's like not even, it never was even on my radar. Yeah, Charlotte says doggone it. Yeah, right. I hand washed all of these. I'm not going to machine wash them until the whole quilt is quilted. But I don't know that even if I do that, if once I machine quilt it, or once it is quilted and bound, I don't know if I will machine wash it or not. I'm so terrified of machine washing it. Just because there is no way to redo these blocks because they were done so long ago, and my sister-in-law does not know where the pattern came from. She doesn't know, like, I don't know if she would know how to get the pattern back, and I don't know that she would want to make another one, so I don't know if it's that kind of thing or not. So what may happen is once this quilt is done, is I may hand wash it in the bathtub, and hang it up to dry. Laura says, I'm sure it's going to be beautiful. You always do beautiful work. Thank you. You guys have so much more confidence in me than I have in myself. We're going to say it that way. You guys have so much more faith in me than I do in myself. I'm going to have all of these threads to bury here in a little bit too. All right, last leaf design. I've already done the last circle, so now this last leaf. I mean, I can look at the stitching and go, oh my gosh, I could have done so much better. But at the same time, if I took the time to do the so much better, I would be wrestling with this thing for the next 3 months, and I don't have that energy, patience, or time. It is beyond me at this point. So while I am thinking about it, because Charlotte and Laura haven't been here all day, I will repeat, we are still doing the giveaway in October for Show and Tell. So if you are not a member of the Facebook group, please do !group in the chat, so that way you can click the link and join the Facebook group, or you can send me an email with a Show and Tell item that you would like to register for Show and Tell. It does not have to be a finished block. It does not have to be a finished quilt. It does not have to be a finished anything. It is just whatever you want to share. After the October, we've got 2 more Show and Tells to go. After the October Show and Tell, we will be doing a drawing for the giveaway, the 6 month of Show and Tell giveaway. So the giveaway this time is going to be a lap size quilt. It has already been decided that that is what the giveaway item is. And it is a quilt that I made. It was a mystery quilt from Paducah. And I paid to have it quilted because at the time I did not have the energy to quilt it myself. So I did pay to have it quilted, and I did bind it myself, and it has been loved this year. It was bound earlier this year. But it is ready for its new home, and you guys get to tell me who it's going to. You guys get to tell me by registering, by playing Show and Tell. Now, whoever enters the most times, they're setting the stage for how many entries everybody gets. So if somebody enters Show and Tell 20 times in the 6 months, everybody gets 20 entries. So entering more times only helps everyone, including yourself. Laura says, I'm a member of the Facebook group, but really don't go on Facebook much anymore. I'll try to post something. See? There you go. Entering once, you get as many entries as someone who has entered every month. I'm not going to discriminate. I'm not going to take the time and effort and energy that would be required to, tally and separate everybody out. So you just have to enter once within the 6 months, and you get as many entries as everyone else who has entered, like as many as the most person. So like if you entered 5 times, but somebody else entered 20, you still get 20. You don't get, you don't get just 5, you get 20. If you enter once, you also get 20. That way it is fair that everybody does have a fair option for the drawing. And of course, by then I will have all the YouTube lingo of, YouTube isn't sponsoring the giveaway. YouTube is not responsible in any way, shape, form, or fashion if you win or do not win, or the tax ramifications of winning said entry. I have learned a thing or two because I have seen a thing or two. And yes, I might steal that a little bit from the Farmers Insurance commercial. But you know what? It was a good slogan. Because I do know a thing or two, because I have seen a thing or two. I will look up at the chat here in just a minute. I do promise. I'm just a little focused, because this is my last one. I am trying to somehow make this better than all the others. Okay. Alright, nothing new in chat. Alright. It's not actually any better than any of the others, but in my mind, for some reason, it was going to be. So, I don't know. I've got very high hopes for my skill level that is still not there. This is my practice piece. Because every time you work on something, you are practicing. Quilting is an art, but quilting is also a practice. I mean, if doctors are allowed to call what they do a practice, then we are allowed to call what we do a practice as well. The practice of quilting, right? The practice of piecing, the practice of quilting the layers, the practice of sewing them together, the practice of whatever you want to call it. But it is a practice. So even though this is going to be a finished heirloom piece, felt like I saw a gnat. I feel you. Yeah, right? Right? It is definitely, if doctors can call it practice, so can we. Gosh darn it. I do get to see a doctor this upcoming week for my wrist. And I doubt they're going to have any more answers than my other doctor. And they're going to still require the MRI. But my other doctor is basically just saying, this is above my pay range. We're going to send you to a specialist so that they can order the MRI to see what is actually going on with your wrist. So we're going to see what is going on and what is the best course of action to get me not being in pain. So that's what we're going to see. We're going to see how long that's going to take, and see who I get to see and how long and all of that kind of mess. All of the fun mess, right? Because that is all it is at this point, is it's a fun mess. That is what life is a fun mess. Alright. Alright, let's see. I'm going to change directions just a little bit. Oh, there you go, Rayanne. She said, yep, they practice just like a mechanic. My car is still in the shop. Yes, they do. The excuse I was given, was it today? Yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. The excuse I was given was that the parts were delayed thanks to FedEx. So, the parts that should have been here sometime earlier in the week, this past week, were delayed thanks to FedEx. And although I believe that there is probably more to the story than that, that is what I have been told. So, yeah, we will see what is said or done. Because I really want my car back in working order. I mean, I want my car back, but I want it in working order. And it wasn't in working order. So, you know, I'm ready for my car, you guys. I'm ready for my car. I drove the loaner car again today. We took it out to go to Hobby Lobby and go take the dog to the dog park to run him. But we took the car out so that, you know, I could prove that it still runs, you know, like that kind of deal. So sorry about your Jeep. Yeah, right? Charlotte says, oi, yeah. It's been a challenge. I want my little Jeep treat back. That is what I decided to name her, is my little Jeep treat. And we're just trying to decide right now if she's a Sour Patch Kid or if she's like something sweet. My favorite quote, practice doesn't make perfect, it just makes you better. Yeah, that's accurate. It is very, very accurate. Oh. Alright, I've got the 2 tables set up around here. And the quilt is still managing to fall between the tables and onto the floor on the other side. Let me scoot this table closer if I can. Oh, yeah, no way to scoot it closer. Oh well. Oh. Now, practice could make you perfect, depending on what you're practicing. Medicine is not the option for practicing making perfect, though. I will say that. Medicine is not that field. Quilting might be. I mean, well, no, I guess not, because even pro quilters aren't perfect. Okay, so maybe not. But it does make you better. You are right. You are very, very right. Of course it is, yeah. Yeah, so I was saying earlier that we named the Ford vehicle that we have. She is nicknamed the Gray Goddess, because she is gray. And as long as we treat her like a goddess, she takes care of us. She hasn't, you know, knock on wood, she hasn't done anything, you know, not repairable or catastrophic. I mean, she's had her issues, don't get me wrong. She's not been, like, she's not been a saint. But as long as we take care of her and pay attention to her, she has taken care of us. And when she was our only vehicle, that was, like, insanely important. Gotta take care of the goddess. However, had to name the Jeep, so, you know, my little Jeep treat. I'm pretty sure someone told me that because I have a serious issue with trying to get things perfect. Oh, well, speaking to a fellow perfectionist here, yeah, it probably is because of I could see somebody saying that to me too. And for the same reason. For the very same reason. Because I definitely would try to make things perfect. But I have learned to temper my perfectionism throughout the years with a measure of what I can reasonably achieve and what I can't reasonably achieve. The quilting on my husband's Quilt of Valor, the super secret project, there was no way in any shape, form, fashion in this world that I could have done half of the quilting that I did on that quilt in the length of time that I had left to do it. I was on a timeline and I needed that quilt done on that timeline, and I realized there was no way that I could do it. And I talked to the lady who rents a long arm, and lo and behold, it wasn't an issue to get me in. And so I was able to go up there and quilt it. And guys, the quilting on it is stunning. It's absolutely stunning. And it's like 300 times better than what I could have done myself. Now, I mean, it's digital. So, you know, it's computerized. So there's no way that most humans could have done exactly what that machine did. But I realized that that part I had to accept defeat. Like, there was no way I could have done what I needed to do to get that quilt done on the timeline and make it look pretty. And so I accepted what my limitations are. And that has kind of been my claim to my world, is I accept what my limitations are. Some of them are, you know, reasonable limitations. Some of them are just because I have disabilities. And some of them are because I have time constraints. Some of them are just because I don't carry enough in order to do it. Like that is absolutely an option. Is that I don't care enough about said project to put in the time, effort, or energy. So there's a lot that can go into making a decision about what is and is not a perfection item. So like I did something as perfectly as I could is one way to look at it. And then I look at it also that I did what I was physically able to do, and I just have to accept that I'm not physically able to do what, you know, a machine can do, or what, you know, someone else can do for me who has a lot more practice doing it. Like I've accepted my limitations. That I have limitations and they are there for a reason, because I need to stay humble. So I stay humble because I have limitations. Alright, come on. There we go. My machine was not wanting to turn my stitch regulator on, which means I could not sew. Alright, here we go. But that is a good statement, though. Practice doesn't make perfect, it just makes you better. That is a very good statement, though. I like it. But see, if I put that on a shirt, then I can't convince people to practice. Is that wrong? That I can't convince people to practice if I put that on a shirt? Oh, the things we think of in the shower, right? That would be like my shower time thought. Is, you know, if I put that on a shirt and somebody sees that, are they going to listen to me when I tell them that they need to practice that so that they can get better? I don't know if I can. The things you hear out of my brain when my brain is going 90 to nothing. So the quilt that I did for my husband had micro piecing. It had Y seams in the piecing. It had on point layout. It had mixed layout. It had applique. All of that. This next year's State Fair project is not going to have all of that. But I don't know exactly what you would call a biscuit quilt in the grand scheme of putting it together. Because it's not actually applique, but there is going to be applique on it. Like I am doing applique on the biscuit quilts. I've got to come up with what category it's going to go into. Do as I say, don't do as I do, don't put a pin in your mouth. That was not a wise choice. I admit that it was not a wise choice, and I can't get that to pull up again. So we are going to trim it, and I will come back and fix it later. Alright. Guys, we are down to the last big stitching, and we are done. Can you guys believe it? 8:37 p.m. here. And we will be done with this quilting. I'm impressed. Charlotte's laughing at my brain dump. All the things that come out of my brain. It is a real challenge. I really have to be careful, and that because if I don't find a way to shut my brain off, you guys, I would absolutely never sleep. Like, my brain will keep going at this pace, if not faster, all stinking night. I have to find things to shut it off. Charlotte says, woohoo! Yeah, right. I am starting that last round. I can't believe it. We are finally to that point. And what I may do is take some of these basting stitches out if they fall into an area where I'm going to be quilting over it, because I don't want to cause any bunching or anything like that. And I may add some matchstick quilting. Charlotte says you should hear what goes through my... Ooh. I'm jealous. I want to know now. Now you've given me additional ideas. Could you imagine how destructive it would be if there were a device that could listen into all of our thoughts? Thank goodness sci-fi and reality never crossed paths. All the 1950s Cold War era sci-fi stuff that was reading people's thoughts and everything. I'm so glad that stuff is all sci-fi and that's it. Laura says, I'm curious, I could be wrong, but I thought you had a mid-arm machine. Why didn't you quilt that on your sit-down mid-arm? Yes, I do actually. It's actually a long arm. It is an 18-inch long arm. My long arm does not have a stitch regulator on it. So my stitches would be very uneven. And the other challenge that I'm having right now is that my... it's all weird stuff in my head, said Charlotte. So not only would my stitches be uneven, I do not have... I've been having problems with some skip stitches on it, and I haven't figured out why. And at least with this, I knew I wasn't going to have any skipped stitches. It won't be perfect, but the stitches will be more evenly spaced on this machine because of the stitch regulator helping me. And there won't be any skip stitches. It would definitely be a lot... it would be a lot better on size to be stitching this on my long arm. I mean, this would be nothing. This whole block would fit under my long arm, and I wouldn't have to bunch up a whole bunch and fight with it and struggle. But if I did the straight lines, I could do the straight lines on that because I could do the ruler. But again, if I accidentally I've already done some of the straight lines on this machine. So the stitch length is already correct here. So if I go over to that machine, the stitch length is going to be way different. And I don't have good enough coordination yet to make it look good. Because my husband asked me the same question too. And Laura says, I'm curious because today hubby and I were talking about mid-arms and long arm purchases. Yes. So my long arm is the most basic long arm available. It is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. It is fantastic. It is an all mechanical machine. It does have, you can set your stitch speed. So you can go from 1 to 20. And so you can set your stitch speed, but with skipping stitches, that's not okay with me. And I was having to, that's why I stopped my state fair quilts that I was going to do this year, because I ran into too many skipped stitches on it, and I was having to rip out so much. And because it stitches so much faster, yes, it's faster and fantastic when it stitches fine, but because I had so many skipped stitches, I was going to have to spend a lot of time ripping, and it was just putting me further and further behind. Glenda says, I spent most of my life up until about 13 years ago trying to be perfect because I was always told I couldn't do anything right, and finally said, F it, I am who I am, and so I don't try to be perfect. Right? No more just the best I can. Right? That's exactly where you need to be. That's where all of us need to be. Chloe says, so much done today. Exciting. That block I finished today has been the works for 2 months. I've moved on to the next block. Yay! Awesome. Charlotte says, sounds like a bobbin tension thing. I've looked at that too. I have adjusted it up and down. I have changed needles. I have changed threads. It is so inconsistent on when it skips stitches. Like, I can get it going and it'll be fine for like 3 hours. It'll be absolutely fine. I have no problems whatsoever. No skip stitches, no tension issues, like nothing at all. No problems. And then suddenly I'll have one tension problem, and then I will be fighting with that tension problem for the next 10 hours until I finally do something that fixes it. And then I'm fine for another 2 or 3 hours, and then like I have another issue. Like, so it's not been a consistent issue. And that's part of the hard part of diagnosing it, is like I was fine until I changed the needle that, broke. And then, it's back to having problems. And then it's fine. And that's rough enough to make you day drink it, right? That's kind of where I was at when I gave up on that state fair quilt. It's hard to try not to be perfect. The realization must have been a relief. Yes. It is incredibly hard, especially if you are a perfectionist minded. And I am one of those. I am definitely perfectionist minded. It is definitely hard to come to that realization that you do not need to be perfect, and everything you make does not need to be perfect. And just being done is better than perfect. It is so incredibly hard to get to that point where being done is better than perfect. It's crazy hard, guys. I speak from my personal experience. Linda says, yes, it was like a very huge burden had been lifted. Yeah, right? Okay. And please, if you are very religious, please do not take offense to what I am about to say, okay? I do not mean this as offensive. I do not mean this to discourage anyone from religion, whatever your religion may be, okay? So please do not take it that way. I was raised Southern Baptist. That is how I was raised. From a very young child all the way through college, I was in the Southern Baptist, or I was in the Baptist doctrinization and lifestyle. Like, if the Bible said it, therefore it was right and it's accurate. There was nothing wrong with anything in the Bible. There's everything is exactly the way that the Bible says. And if you don't do this, you don't do that, then you've got major problems. Like, it's not for me and my mentality. The Southern Baptist religion did not address for me during my upbringing the fact that we are not in fact perfect. And it's not that the Bible or religion in general or another religion might not address this properly. So that's why I say, please do not take this as discouragement to anyone. I don't mean it that way. This is from personal experience only. But for me, if I did not adhere to all of the principles in the Southern Baptist religion, whether it was because of my church, whether because it was my school, whatever it was, whatever I did not adhere to that was looked on as acceptable by either my parents or my church or my school, then therefore I must be a bad person. And so the only things I was allowed to think about or talk about or express interest in had to be acceptable to the church. So So in Southern Baptist religion, you do not drink. Drinking is a huge no-no. You do not drink in the Southern Baptist religion. Now, did some of my friends' parents drink? Some of my friends from church, their parents drank? Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, they weren't like heavy drinkers. Like, I didn't know any alcoholic parents. Like, I was never exposed to that. But did some of the parents have alcohol in their homes? Yes, they did. Absolutely. But if I brought that up to anyone, then I was a bad person for pointing it out. I was a bad person for pointing out that people weren't following the rules as I understood them. So there is one set of rules that you follow because that's what you're supposed to do. And then there was another set of rules that you follow because you can get away with doing things that way. And that always confused me. I was never a gray area rules person. I was always black and white, and there is no gray area. I never understood gray area, and I still don't. It does not compute in my brain. So for me, as a perfectionist, I could be as perfect as the Bible said, do everything that the Bible said the way I should do it, and I still didn't have any more friends or any more luck or any more favor with the church or with the school or with my parents or whoever because I was following all the rules. Like nothing, there was no reward for following all the rules other than, you get to go to heaven when you die if you're, if you do all of this stuff that is outlined in the Bible. But then there's all these other things that are outlined in the Bible, and it's, for me, I'm so confused because it doesn't make sense. And I've had, a preacher try to explain it to me. I've had someone from seminary try to explain some of this to me, and they get stuck at the same things that I get stuck at. Like I tell them, I'm like, okay, here's where my problem is with that. And they have a problem with it too. It's amazing how many people have a problem with the same things that I have problems with. But questioning it was like on the not allowed to do list. However, questioning it is not something that was listed in the Bible that I wasn't allowed to do. I was told to, learn why we do things, not just to do things. Like, don't just do it because you're told to do it, learn why you're doing it. But then again, I was told you're not supposed to, question why, you're just supposed to do it because the Bible says it. And, like, for my perfectionist-minded brain, it does not compute. So I am in an impasse. I'm not at an impasse with God and all of that. So please don't come at me for shirking religion. Chloe says, have a good night. All is late here. Thanks for this fun sewing time all. Absolutely, Chloe. Thank you for being here. And I apologize if my religion talk is getting too heavy. I'm so sorry, you guys. I am so sorry. Charlotte says, night, Chloe. Yeah, it is almost 11 o'clock there. No, wait. 9? Yeah, almost 11. So yeah, that's understandable. But yeah, so my struggle isn't that other people find religion or that they follow religion or anything like that. But in my brain, no one managed to explain to me how to be a perfectionist and process everything that I've been through and process everything that I was taught. And I still have yet to find someone who does understand how to process it all in a way that makes me want to go back to church. I do believe, I do have faith, I do pray, but I don't have patience for organized religion. Helen, I'm sorry I missed your religion talk. Yeah, I was kind of ending it too. Glenda says I was an alcohol syndrome baby. I was given beer and wine at my baby bottle. Oh my gosh. I was nicknamed Trouble at birth and had to deal with how I was a bad person for something that was out of my control. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's rough. So, Helen, the basic synopsis of the religion talk is that we were talking about being a perfectionist and how being a perfectionist is really hard in the quilting world because you really, you can practice and practice and practice and still never become perfect, and you can become discouraged by not being perfect. And my little discussion about it was that, I think religion, particularly where I was raised and how I was raised in it, set me up for failure as far as dealing with my perfectionism. And it is so challenging. There's so much that religion can help with. There's so many lives that are turned around because of religion, and that is absolutely fantastic. It is great. It is amazing that religion can save so many lives, and all of that. Because people don't say necessarily that God saved them. They say that religion saved them. So I don't, I'm not going to quantify that. That's everybody's personal beliefs, systems, however they want to believe it. But my personal struggle is that my perfectionism wasn't answered by religion, and I could not cope with perfectionism within my religion. So I am not an organized religion person. I do believe, I do have faith, but I do not subscribe to an organized religion because it's so far dragged me out of whack of everything else. All right, so I'm going to grab the main camera. Let's go over. There we go. All right, so you guys, I'm going to turn that light off. There we go. Okay. All right. All of these blocks are now quilted. So we have 12 blocks that are quilted, and you guys have got to forgive that there are strings and threads and all of that hanging off of this because they will get trimmed. Let me get the knockoffable items off the machine. So all of those are now quilted. So now what I get to do, and this is what I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. We're gonna end here just in a minute because there's no reason to go ahead and try to stitch tonight. And I think I'm just gonna work on burying threads first thing in the morning before I start doing the next step in quilting. So all of these stitching lines that I have done, the dark lines in the middle are that look like dots are cross stitching, and then all of my quilting is on the what was French knots, or dots for French knotting. That's where my lines are. So the only thing in the outside border is these diamonds right here. And I apologize that my camera keeps refocusing. I do not know why it's doing that. Helen says, what a wonderful quote. Thank you. Glenda says, gorgeous. Thank you. Charlotte says, oh, Tammy, beautiful. Rayanne says, it looks wonderful. Thank you, guys. And Laura says, that's absolutely beautiful. Thank you. So this is the pattern that she chose for me to do the blocks in. So they're 17-inch blocks. So they're big blocks. But there is where the stitching line is right here, and you guys will see this on close up tomorrow. If I can get to the binding by tomorrow, you guys will see this. This is actually basting stitches right now. And it is basted down on top of the 3/4 inch wide sashing. It is very, very narrow sashing, and there is sashing on this outside edge as well. I wanted to give these diamonds as much of a fighting chance as I could, and they were going to be too tight to press together if I did not put sashing in between, so I did put sashing. So they finished at 1/4 inch sashing. So it's really, really tiny. But we are going to do After Sunset Sunday tomorrow, and so we'll be live for 2 hours. I'm going to see how much of this I can get done before then. If I feel like going live tomorrow, I will go live, and we'll work on this some more tomorrow. while I'm live, and then we will still do the After Sunset Sunday either way. So 8 to 10 tomorrow night, I will still be live. So this will just be an hour into it right now. But I hope to be to the point of binding this tomorrow night. So we may be at that point by this time tomorrow night, okay? So look for another impromptu live tomorrow, because we may be going live tomorrow. Impromptu again. You know, get some more watch hours in for YouTube. Tell YouTube that you guys like me and all of that kind of stuff. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, please do that for me as well. If you don't want to hit the thumbs up, that is perfectly fine. I do understand. Definitely hit that thumbs down. That is perfectly fine with me. YouTube doesn't care, apparently, which way we go. But I am going to go ahead and get off of here for tonight. I'm going to go find some dinner. I have not eaten dinner yet. Well, I guess I ate earlier, maybe. Did I eat? Yeah, I did eat earlier, so technically I ate dinner, but we're going to eat a second dinner. And get a little bit of extra food in my system. Take some meds and get in bed and all of that. But I will be live again tomorrow night, and we will be trying to bind this, or we will be still stitching in the ditch, one or the other. But you guys will see me tomorrow night. All right? Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to hang out. I appreciate all of you. Please have a wonderful evening. Get some good sleep and be